It is 40 minutes after 10, and I would like to reconvene the Thursday, October 3rd special council meeting. We have just finished closed session. Councillor Gerlich made a motion to leave closed session, and that motion was carried 8-0. Councillor Minns has informed council that he would like to make a motion to direct administration to secure a contract within budget with the selected firm and pursue the priorities as identified in closed. Does that accurately reflect your? Yep, you betcha. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Councillor Holland?
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that I'm not comfortable with voting. I guess I'll be voting in opposition as I did not have enough time to go through the materials.
Okay. On the question, any further discussion? Can't call it while he's moving through. On the question, Councillor Gerlich, the question is on the adoption of the motion to direct administration to secure a contract within budget with the selected firm and pursue the priorities as identified in closed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The count is 5-2, and the motion is adopted. The second item, 5.2, Councillor Anderson, you have a motion.
Make a motion to acknowledge the completion of the CAO's performance evaluation.
Councillor Anderson has made a motion to acknowledge the completion of the CAO's performance evaluation. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of that motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
The count is 8-0, and the motion is adopted. We are now at 3.1. Director Amble or CAO Beck, I think. I'm not sure which one of you is leading that, but I will turn the floor over to Director Amble.
Thank you and good morning, members of council. First of all, I want to thank you for accommodating the special council meeting for the introduction of the 2025 operating and capital budget. This budget came together as a team effort. Each department was consulted and sat down with my two colleagues to my left, our Chief Financial Officer, Adil Imtiaz, and our Budget and Finance Officer, Lucky Enriquez. So anyhow, having said that, I just want to mention that the values that you see in your budget also include all of the proposed initiatives and projects, and it'll be up to council to decide yay or nay as we go along, whether you want to keep them, amend them, or completely remove them from the budget. So I just want to point that out. And I also want to make a point that the budget does not include feedback from the citizen budget survey that just ended last Friday. So at the next meeting, we will bring that information back to you, and council may decide to amend the budget based on what you heard from your citizens. There we go. So the budget and all of the proposed initiatives that you see within the budget are based on your strategic plan pillars: strengthening our economy, investing in infrastructure and our environment, a community that cares, and effective leadership and organizational excellence. When taking a look at our proposed initiatives that staff brought forward, we also took into account whether the matter is legislated or not. For instance, anything that was related to utilities, was health and safety related. The general municipal election that's coming up in 2025 is legislated, so that is included in your budget. And we also want to make sure that the initiatives aligned to your direction. For example, the mowing program. So you'll see that there's an expansion in the mowing program dollars based on previous direction from council. So just a quick overview of how we did our budget planning process. Thanks to the implementation of our new budget software, our finance team was able to update our current base budget with actuals, and we have a better idea of what we're actually spending compared to what we budgeted. We also considered some of the assumptions that we'll go through in a bit based on the demographics and what we were seeing coming up in the new year. And we also adjusted our budget based on the trends that we saw, whether they were increasing or decreasing. And we also moved some of the departments around based on some of our organizational structure changes. So just a quick snapshot of our county. Our population right now is recorded at 6,959. This was from the 2021 federal census, and it's planned in 2026. In May of 2026 will be the next federal census. Just again, just to let you know what the average house prices in the county and median age, number of households, etc. So here are the budget assumptions. When we took a look at the budget, we also considered these, property tax revenues, for example. We typically increase it by 1% each year. And also want to point out, and we will be bringing more information on taxes and collection of taxes as directed by council previously in a motion. But we do have some outstanding accounts from specifically from the oil sector that still remain unpaid. For growth, we're seeing a trend in an increase in our subdivision and development applications. And in fact, we're seeing that the applications will likely exceed the 4-year average. And grant funding, LGFF capital funding is expected to increase, and in both capital and operating, in just capital. And in operating, we see the government has indicated that it will remain the same. Information about the 2025 Canada Community Building Fund is not yet available. In 2024, we received $455,411. And in the previous year, we received just a little over $492,000. The Consumer Price Index, we're forecasting about a 2 to 2.5% increase. So this is going to affect our fuel, our construction costs, food and fleet related parts and supplies. So you'll see a little bit of an increase in our budget based on what we're seeing for inflation. A big item in our budget is the 2025 general municipal election. And this year when you take a look at our proposed initiatives, we've increased our election budget based on assuming that there might be a referendum. We're hearing through the grapevine there might be one, so we want to consider that. So that budget is set accordingly. And you'll also see that we will be proposing an additional contracted person to come in and help us with the election, because typically, things still carry on. We still have operations, and then our staff are kind of pulled away from their work to do the election. So we want to make sure that everything is covered. Our salaries and wages have increased based on our salary increments and benefit changes. And our cost of living in this budget as well, as per policy 4665, we've also increased our COLA by 2%. For assessment, we did take a look at a 5-year average, and the assessment growth has shown an average annual increase of 3%. For this proposed budget, we're anticipating a 2.8% increase of assessment. It is a little too soon right now to know from our assessors what those values are, but we are seeing some indicators. Oops, I'm missing. Oh, this is a new slide that I didn't realize was in there. So the budget highlights, you're going to see some new initiatives, paid on call firefighters. We previously alluded to this. Fire fleet replacement. We are proposing Hollington Bridge replacement and a number of other capital items. Here we are. So this is looking at our 5-year average of assessment, and most of the assessment, as you can see, comes from residential properties, followed by linear properties and machinery and equipment. And once we apply the mill rates, to these categories, you'll also notice that residential and linear are generate the highest tax revenues. So the pie chart shows where dollars are spent, and for the purpose of simplifying this chart, some of the departments have been combined. Otherwise, when I tried to do separately, the pie chart was really busy. So in this example, transportation infrastructure includes common services, road construction, and the airport. Water and wastewater also includes waste management. Recreation includes cemeteries. FCSS includes community transportation and libraries. And planning and development includes economic development in this pie chart. But as you can see, our transportation infrastructure is the biggest cost. We wanted to make sure that council had a view of where they're at with the reserves. And this slide just basically, talks about why it's important to have reserves. So these are operating reserves that we have in the system right now. And then going into the total and the capital and the total reserves. And so you'll see that we have budgeted surplus as of December 31st of 1.4 million. And I believe we're bringing that one down in 2025. So these are the proposed asset replacements that you're going to see when you walk through the budget. And all we did was we just listed them for you. And just want to make sure that you had a quick peek at them before you start diving into the budget. So I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer to walk you through the overview of 2025. And then from there, Mr. Chair, however you want to proceed is up to you and council.
Thank you, Director Ambley. Mr. Chair, I would like to start with page 26 of the agenda package by looking at the budget summary. And we can follow that up by looking at each department one at a time and go through the business cases, and the council can decide whether you would like to approve or disapprove them.
So Councillor Holland?
Thank you. Before we dive right in, I just step back just one page. On page 12, you mentioned the different departments that are included in your pie chart. I didn't write them all down. Are you able to run that through again for me, please? Thank you.
Or would you be willing to just follow up with an email to blast that out?
Okay.
Does that work?
Please and thank you.
Perfect. And so process-wise, council, Mr. Imtiaz is going to go through this. My thinking with your consent is that as this happens, we would kind of take each, with the exception of the budget summary, but each of the other ones. And as we get to that page, so for example, 27 legislative summary, if you have questions about anything that's in there, that's the time to, let's go through them one at a time. And if you have like line by line, if we need to, because the resources are here to answer all the tough and easy questions. Mr. Imtiaz, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to start off with the net property taxes. As mentioned by Director Ambley, we have proposed a 2.86% increase in net property taxes based only on assessments. This does not include the tax rate increase. So compared to last year, we were at 30.4 million. This year it brings us to 31.2 million in revenue. And as far as our net expenses go, our net expenses were 35 million last year, and we're just under that, 34.8 million this year, and that is factoring in all the business cases proposed. And this number will change based on what council decides, yay or nay on all the business cases. So this number is the maximum it'll be at the most it will be at, and then if you disapprove some cases, it will go down. As of right now, we have budgeted reserve contributions of 500,000. and we are using 2.2 million out of taxation towards capital. And yeah, I'd like to move on to now each budget line item and go from there.
For clarity then.
Yeah.
We budgeted sort of unrestricted reserve contributions of 500,000 plus all the other specific dedicated reserve contributions that
Correct.
flow through the budget. Okay. Counselor Capitani?
For clarification, a 2.86% increase on current assessment would bring 31.2. But if we wanted everything in this package, we have to find 34.8. That what we're saying?
Sorry, do you mind repeating that?
I'm understanding that what's like proposed totals 34.8. But the tax increase of 2.86 brings 31.2.
Through the chair to Councillor Capitani. No, the 34.8 is just our expenses.
Okay.
It's
34.8 million are total expenses after all the departments. So and the 31.2 is just our revenue from the taxes, property taxes.
And it's not all funded by taxes. There's grants that fund parts of it as well,
Okay,
which
that's-
makes up the gap.
I got that part. I just was trying to clarify those two numbers. By 35.
Any other questions related to the summary before we move on?
Is it? Yep, go ahead, Counselor Holland.
Yeah, it is. When we are increasing our tax rate to lessen the ratio, so where we at? Is there a reason why that wasn't included? Because we know that we're going to be increasing. Is there a reason why that's not?
I think what Counselor Holland for the clarity is, we're talking about the gap between our lowest and our highest, and there's a multi-year plan to take the non-residential rate. So even if the budget assumes that the residential rate will stay the same, there's already instructions that the non-residential rate will move just a little bit.
Mhm.
So that's something we can catch maybe for the next iteration.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, at the very first draft budget, we don't like to talk about mill rates yet because we actually don't have the assessment from our assessors. We will have a draft preliminary one that we can use for interim budget in November, December. So we don't have it. So we don't like to throw out any discussion about mill rates, but you're absolutely right. Council has passed a motion for us to keep adjusting the res to non-res ratio. We're aware of that, but there's no point talking about mill rates till we have a prelim assessment.
And depending on what that assessment says, we have options of what we do, which also include lowering the residential rate to widen the gap and keep the revenue.
Yeah, absolutely. I just didn't want that to be lost. And especially when we're now live stream, the public will be wondering the same. So thank you for that.
On to page 27.
Perfect. As for legislative budget, we are actually down from last year, 89,000. And that is mainly due to the per diems being removed for 2025.
Questions about any of this, anything on this page? Counselor Holland?
Thank you. I noticed the office supplies have gone up 18,000 from budget last year to this year. Is that due to the election?
I'm gonna guess
Prep
it's
the
computers
election
after the
prep?
election,
Computers? Just curious.
but it's a good question.
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, that's to factor in console laptops, new laptops.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Any further questions on the legislative budget? The rent, the one I had was line 2260. What's driving the change in rent, facility rent? That relates to the election too, I'm guessing. So I'm gonna withdraw that. Yeah. Sorry, now that I've said it out loud. Are there any other questions on page 27? The legislative budget? Seeing none. Let's keep cracking on because there's a lot of pages.
Perfect. Moving on to administration budget on page 28. For administration, we have adjusted the salaries and benefits based on the new grids. We have also added health and safety, increased the budget for computer hardware for staff, And we also moved grants from recreation budget to admin budget, so all the grants could be in one spot rather than being scattered up to different budgets. And so the total increase in admin budget is $569,000.
Colleagues, questions there? Councilor Mins, floor is yours.
Through the chair, okay, we got there's just below other professional fees, what? Like.
Line 2246.
2246 went up about.
Can you explain what's driving that change, please?
Absolutely. Mr. Chair, that increase is based on some of our business cases. So one of them being paper file digitization, which is for 131,000. Then there's also Laserfish accounts payable process automation and roadmap for 16,000, and as well as level of service review for 55,000.
And line,
It's the consolidation of all of those
Yep.
various pieces. Okay.
the other line that I was wondering about is, what is it, 2253? Contracted equipment, repairs equipment. That's doubled.
So through the chair to Councilor Mins, this is to factor in the computers, the network repairs, upgrade and switches. So we increased it from 80,000 to 160,000.
IT, nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
On that related note, 2250 contracted service is a fairly healthy increase. Does that relate to the budget change requests or?
Mr. Chair, that has election preparation, so a returning officer for 40,000.
And I don't know where council is on this. One of the questions that came for me often when I was looking at the budget change requests was the thinking about how are we going to pay for this? And so I don't know if there's space in there to say either in the future, not like for today or the next iteration of this, but where does the money come from? And even if it's as simple as saying this goes to line 2246. Because then in the background, when council's reviewing it, you can look at it and say, oh, I see that the whatever the this particular item is feeding back to that line, so I can tell that you can trace back. And I think that kind of relates to an email request from one of my colleagues about the notes, but it would help clarify.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we're actually working on the points spreadsheet. So next meeting, we will be able to provide one to council where you can actually look at the detail side of all these expenses.
Okay, so thank you. We know it's a tremendous amount of work and are there other questions along the way? Councillor Chamzik, then Holm.
Yeah, just a question about 2290 other expenses, what that would entail.
Through the chair to Councillor Chamzik. The other expenses is election expenses of 57,500.
On page 35.
Election expenses.
That one was nice because the only change directly lined up with the budget change request. Others, Councillor Chamzik. Kelly? Councillor Holland with your microphone.
Hey, thank you. Just as a follow-up through the chair, 2990 and what was it, 2250 for contractors. So there's both an election. So the election is, we're looking at 57.5 and 59.5 so far. So
that's 97.5.
So there's no subsidy coming from anywhere. This is all on the municipality, is it not? There's no grants, there's no government giving us a hand with this. This is out of our taxpayers' dollars. Okay.
So one of the changes with the Local Authority Selection Act has dumped some wonderful extra costs on us. And I don't
Yes.
think that it's the CAO can maybe speak to that more, but
Yeah. Mr. Chair, you're 100% right. And this is really an estimate at this point, and until we get those regulations related to the Local Authority Selection Act supposed to be in January. And that also the regulations related to the MGA. We don't know the full extent of everything we're gonna have to do. So these numbers are, they're a placeholder. Let's put it that way.
Thank you very much.
So they could go down.
Man,
Counselor Mins, I'll get you to shut your microphone. Counselor Holland, the floor remains yours.
thank you. I appreciate that. And nobody bite my head off because this is just, you don't know what you don't know. But 1195 under revenue for community aggregate payment, the cap. For the $10,000 revenue, is it worth the administrative fee to maintain that?
I think that's a CAO question. And even before that, is that the right number? Because that means we only hauled 33,000 tons. So not we hauled. That means there's only 33,000 tons of gravel sold.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't here when you council decided to bring in the cap levy or the background that council was provided at the time. I can only speak from my experience in another jurisdiction. We did the research. We probably had more gravel and sand leaving our county. We did a business case and found that for us, it wasn't worth bringing in a cap levy. So that's when we researched with other jurisdictions said for the first few years, it costs you money. You have to chase companies and so you don't build up a case and the operators paying you for a number of years. So the first few years, you actually run a deficit is what we were warned. So ultimately that jurisdiction decided to move away from it. I don't know what was discussed here. There's a lot of work chasing this down and I would say we're pretty passive in chasing down these costs. If we want to be more aggressive, then we should bring back maybe a business case to council explaining that.
Thank you very much. Just personally, I like the idea of removing it. I don't think it's
So
worth. the
we're talking
revenue,
about
but that's-
budget though, not
That's my personal opinion. 2025 budget for facility rentals 1560 dropped by 34,000. Reason for that?
To the chair, to Councillor Holland, there was 34,000 for Aspen View office rental, which is no longer here.
Thank you very much. And if I may,
Floor's yours.
professional consulting legal 2234 has also dropped significantly. Are we just clearing off some of these files that are taking up some of that?
Through the
fund?
chair to Councillor Holland, we had ortho photos budgeted in 2024 for 140,000. For 2025, it's only 55,000. So that's a major decrease right there. As well as in 2024, we had strategic planning consultant for 30,000. And for 2025, we don't have anything budgeted for that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And just one more.
Counselor Holland, can you repeat the line item that you were talking about there?
That would be 2234.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Just the last item, I just wanted to double check and make sure that I knew where our trails funding is. Is that under 2755 for transfer to other organizations? Or where would that be?
To the chair to Councillor Holland, that is correct. It is under 2755.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
So for clarity, the ortho photos, there's $55,000 a year budgeted in each of the next years. It will be accrued to a reserve so that it's spread out over time.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we're on page council. Any questions or on the budget change requests on page 29? That's in the budget we just looked at. Councillor Holland,
How is this work handled now?
pardon me?
How is the work handled now?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, it's not. It's, we have managers and coordinators who are busy doing everyday work. And so there's a lot of filing that's being left behind. And so we're constantly playing catch up. I personally don't need an assistant, but my staff do, and we're just getting bogged down. So that is why this request is before you.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
So for council, is there any, everybody is okay with leaving that in? Seeing no objections? Page 30, the paper digitization. This to me looks like the result of years of deferring what we should have been doing all along. Are there costs after 2027, like on an annual basis to keep up?
Mr. Chair and members of council, to my knowledge, there's not, and that's why we're phasing it out. It's a huge cost at the end of the day, but we'll phase it out so it's manageable. And the idea is to get all of our files in digital form and our paper copies stored offsite, should there ever be a fire or some sort of disaster. But easily accessible for all staff so that we're not looking in every file room for the files that are required. So to answer your question, to my knowledge, there is not that once this program is complete, it's done. Once we have everything in digital form. And then once we're caught up, we can start now scanning things internally and electronically filing them. But right now, we just have a lot of backup that needs to be done.
Okay, thank you. Other, Councillor Holland?
Thank you. Just with regards to security, it's always a forefront in my mind. So these documents are leaving the building, going to a contracted facility, doing the work, and then being returned. How are we handling security?
Mr. Chair, members of council, the company that we've been in discussions with for quite a few years, because this keeps moving along, is a secure company, and they have a very strong reputation for making sure. And I asked the same questions to make sure that we secure our files. So we have no issues there. We have a records management coordinator in place now. She has complete confidence in this process. So if she's confident, I'm confident.
Thank you very much.
Any objections from council to leaving that in? Seeing none? Page 31, Laserfish accounts payable process automation. This looks like a setup fees and then again, a process improvement. Any questions on that or objections to leaving it in? Okay, it's explained on the description, so that's in. Budget change request, level of service review. This, as we know, is one of the things we have spoken to the CAO about and asked to have done. Is there any further questions on that? Any objections to leaving it in? Seeing none, we'll assume that's good. Election preparation, we've just talked about that. Are there any further questions? There's a fairly lengthy description, and that's pages 33 and 35. Any questions, council? Seeing none, we'll, I think as the director said, some of the legislative stuff, we pretty much have to prepare to pay for the elections. Any questions about page 36? This is in alignment with our goal of employer of choice, and Councillor Holland.
Thank you. And I really like this request, the budget change request form. My only question, I guess, more than anything, is when it mentions to encourage team building activities and or apparel to be used by each department at their discretion. The apparel, will it be choosing from each department, having different looks, or are we going to have the same uniform look across?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we want to give staff, or specifically some of the departments, the autonomy to decide. So for instance, in public works, they may not be able to have the time to do team building. I can tell you that in corporate services a few weeks ago, we did spend the afternoon in doing some team building, and I have to say we had a lot of fun. But some of the departments don't have that ability to leave their workplace. So we want to give them the autonomy to choose. If they choose to have apparel, obviously they have to follow our logo standards. But other than that, yeah, we just didn't want them to miss out on an opportunity to do something with their own team.
So much.
Is there any objection to leaving that in? Okay, that's in. Fire protection. This one I'm sure will generate a few questions. Page 37, Councillor Anderson. Sorry.
Could we go through the budget change request forms for this item for each item
Yeah.
prior to
Oh.
going through the
You're trying to make the process better?
main budget page? I feel like we'd answer some questions for ourselves.
if we did that.
if we
Okay.
went through that process. Thank you.
Whoever's leading that discussion should, Ms. Trimtaz, is it you?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct, Mr. Chair.
So, page 38 is the paid on call. There's, the budget change form request is there along with the, multiple pages of the business case that are there questions arising out of that for administration or administrative comments to make to that? Having read that, are there any objections, council? Okay. Page 43 is the special project automated vehicle location AVL for fire fleet. I had a question there that relates to, earlier we heard that every one of the budget change request forms is already baked into the main budget, but then occasionally on the bottom of the sheet, there's a little boxes that are intermittently filled in, included in the budget, yes or no, and this one's ticked no. So is it in the budget or not in the budget?
Mr. Chair, that's just a error on our part. The request form should say yes on all of them because we included all the business cases. And depending on council decision, we will remove them afterwards if we need to.
Okay, thank you. So any questions on that sheet? Councillor Holland, your hand went up.
Thank you very much. I'm not completely familiar with the AVL for the fire fleet, but I just was curious if it relies on cell service or service areas to be functioning.
Chief Shalpa, you're welcome to take a chair at the side if you want, or.
In a moment, your chair, sir. But to answer Councillor Holland's question to the chair, it does rely on cell service. It's the same AVL system used by the entire county fleet. So this tracks all our graders, all our public works vehicles. It's consistent with what we have. It does track offline. So if the vehicle's still in motion, it'll continue to track and it'll load the data when it gets cell service again.
Thank you very much.
Any thoughts from council or are we okay with those things? Councillor Kapchanik.
I'm just surprised we don't already have that.
Yep, me too. Okay, so given there's no deep questions on those, thank you for the thorough business case, Chief Shalapai. If we flip back to page 37, the fire protection services budget, are there any specific questions on that page? And I'm going to lead that one with, can you just remind us how much the summer villages contribute to the firefighting protection they receive from the county?
So it's really broken into, Mr. Chair, through the two different groups of summer villages. The summer villages in the east portion of the county, the Bondis and Miwatha, they do contribute. We budget $20,000. That would be line 1850.
Okay.
We do go off the assessment values. So that number it's not a fixed number. It's usually around 10,000 that we get from both summer villages. In the west portion of the county, we have the Baptiste Lake Fire Club working as an intermediary. So funding goes directly from the summer villages to the fire club.
Yes, thank you. Other questions from the table? Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Kapchanik first because Councillor Holland, your hand is like very quick. So you get to wait.
Just to clarify, the answer to
You're number
that,
two.
I didn't quite understand the second part of the answer, but the first part of the answer is $20,000.
Yes, so the east summer villages just pay. On the west side of the county, the Baptiste Lake Fire Club looks after fire protection in that area, and the summer villages pay the club, and the county works with the club.
If there's a fire out in a different summer village, we still attend it.
Through the councillor or through the chair to Councillor Kaptaniak, that's correct. We would still respond. And if we incur additional costs beyond the Baptiste Lake Fire Club, we do invoice the summer village for that under income and sales of service under 1410.
Okay, thank you very much.
And there are agreements called mutual aid agreements in place with all the summer villages now.
Mr. Chair, there's some work in progress with that at this point. The agreements are in place in the east, not necessarily in the west.
And we're working on it. Okay, thank you. Councillor Holland, I promise the floor to you.
Thank you. I appreciate you working with such a, I'm gonna just say it, it's a skinny budget. When I look back on page 12 and we're looking at what the 2025 taxes fund, emergency management is sitting at 1%. When we're looking at recreation at 6%, protective services at 8%. In my personal opinion, emergency management is completely underfunded. I think that we need to really to look at some of that and increase that funding for that. We are just looking at more and more changes and weather changes in different disasters. And I really am concerned that that's just not enough. That's just my personal opinion. And I do have 3 questions with regards to some of the expenditures. 2143 training on page 37. I see it's dropped significantly as well.
Through the chair to Councillor Holland. So on your first comment, the emergency management, so there's actually a little bit of a correction there. So protective services includes enforcement and fire. So that would be the 8% of the budget. 1% is emergency management. That is actually the emergency management aspect of the county, as well as Highway 63 rescue falls into the emergency management.
Okay.
As far as the training, the 2143, you see a decrease there because we had a $54,000 stipend, which if we proceed with paid on call, that would be part of that paid on call. So the 54,000 would be leaving 2143 going into 2110.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Same for 2217 telephone and cell phone. I see it's also dropped significantly.
Yes, and that was the AFRAX purchase special project of 2024.
Awesome, which is an awesome purchase. That's great. And the last one I had was supplies 2510 went up. And which I'm not arguing. I'm just curious what it's for.
Again, through the chair to Councillor Holland. If you read through the paid on call proposal, you'll note that we're also looking at amending a couple policies with funding. If we do amend the policies, we would see less money going paid out to the fire districts. They are covering a portion of the operating costs through those funds, so that the increase is actually in correlation to changing those policies with the potential paid on call.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right, Councillor Wallach, then Councillor Anderson. That have it on this.
Thanks. Just going back to the West Summer Village comment, do we pay for maintenance and services at Baptiste Lake Fire Hall?
Through the chair to Councillor Wallach, we do not pay for building maintenance at the Baptiste Lake or Island Lake fire halls. We do pay 36% of the utilities at the Baptiste or the Island Lake Hall, and we take care of vehicle maintenance.
Follow up, Councillor Wallach. Seeing none, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. We originally started the transfer of reserves for $450,000 each year for capital replacements in our fire departments. And I think that's something I'm really proud that this council has stuck to. Through the chair to Chief Shalapai, do you think that 450,000 will be an adequate amount going forward, or should we look at increasing that so that that balance in that reserve is enough to cover our capital demands?
And inflation.
Through the chair to Councillor Anderson, 450 is a really good number right now when we look at the 10-year fleet plan. We're looking at about $4.2 million. So breaking that down by 10, that's about 420,000 a year. One area that we're still we're wrapping up in the county right now is the assessment of other small capital items. So across our fire halls, we have air compressors, we have extrication tools that to replace a set of extrication tools is $100,000. We've had some challenges with our inventory, getting the inventory complete, and looking at the state of the equipment, where we have 2 districts that we're completing here in October. So once we have that, we'll have a better idea. 450 is a really good placeholder, and we have factored in some inflation, but it's been so volatile over the last 4 or 5 years. It's very difficult to project. I can say historically, we bought a fire engine in Athabasca back in 2016. That was we spent $630,000. You're now looking at a $1.3 million fire truck in 5 years. So the price of apparatus has doubled in 5 years. Moving forward, do we expect to see doubling every 5 years? I don't believe so, but we're in a very volatile market right now, so it's tough to say. I think for this budget cycle, 450 is probably a good solid number. Budget 2026, we may have to look at upping that once we have a really good replacement plan on the small tools and equipment.
So because we're doing a multi-year budget, maybe this is a CAO question, but would we be wise to even today forecast some modest increases, even if it's 5% a year or?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great suggestion. At a minimum, the expected consumer price index, just as a minimum, it should go up 2.5% as a placeholder. But it may be affected once Chief Jalapé has a long-term plan.
Councillor Anderson, the floor remains yours.
I would advocate for us to increase that amount to 500,000 for this year
For this year,
and probably increase it an extra 50,000. At least for the next few years.
so is there any
cover
objection
some of that
from
amount.
council to adjusting that transfer to 500,000 this year? And then subsequently. Councillor Mins, put your hand up.
Well, I think for this year, we could increase it to 500,000, but I would like to leave it at that until we hear back from our fire chief to say whether that's enough or not. He's gonna go through this whole process of instead of, jumping out of the barn before the horse. Let's
Could we, would you be agreeable to baking in some inflation of 3% a year going forward? Just,
I'd be in agreement of increasing it this year and holding off till we hear from our fire chief on what he feels we need, not by just throwing money out there saying, okay, we're gonna increase this right now. Like, he wants to come back with the number. Let's let him come back with the number. But if we want to give him an increase this year, we can look at it.
is there any objection to amending that transfer contribution? Remember, it's a contribution to transfers, not to reserves, not a spend. So it's not like it's available and at some point, certainly, there will be a point where we need, where that's needed because of the time. So around the table, I see a thumbs up from Councillor Cromwell and no, I think that's something you can amend in the budget. So the amendment is 500,000 this year and carrying forward. Mr. Enriquez has that. Other questions? Seeing none. Okay, just because there's, I'm going to try to push this along, friends. So let's go a full hour. Are we okay? Okay. Does anybody need a break? Let's get through the emergency enforcement stuff and then take a break at common services. Page 44. Questions, council. This is the emergency management and Highway 63 emergency services. I noted 2544 utility charges was up, but I'm just wondering, is this a reallocation from other areas in the budget, or why? Do we know why that? I mean, it's only $9,000, but do we know why that changed?
Mr. Chair, yes, 2544, we had increases to the Highway 63 project. We were not accounting for dumpster costs, so waste disposal. As well, previously we had a vehicle located at the rescue base that the contractor was using to haul their own potable water. That vehicle hit end of life, and we've since gone to potable water delivery.
Okay.
There's a lot of considerations around having the contractor operating county equipment, so the safest route was having a contractor deliver.
Okay, fair enough. Other questions, colleagues? Everybody looks quite happy with page 44 in the emergency management Highway 63. Tracy? Floor is yours, Councillor Holland.
Sorry, the only thing I'm not happy with is the fact that it doesn't break even, that we are actually for looking after this contracted service on behalf of what I consider a provincial highway, that this should be a break even scenario, and I understand that it's not. However, it urges me to have further discussions, I guess, whenever we can with our ministers and whatnot, that the importance of this and what it does cost our taxpayers.
So this is emergency management and Highway 63. CAO, do you want to address that?
Yeah, just the only thing I would say is because it involves a contracted service and there's a contractor involved, I think some of that discussion in order to protect the interests of a third party, we'd be happy to brief you a bit more in closed session. That's all I would say.
Do you want me to make a note for that to follow up at the CAO, do you want to make a note to provide that briefing in the future? Councillor Holland, further questions? Floor is yours. You're good. No further questions. Okay. Everybody seems happy with the page 44. Page 45 is the enforcement services. Any questions? Councillor Holland, I'm going to give the floor to you first.
Thank
I bet
you.
you're going to ask about 2755.
Yep, that's one of them. 2110 is the other. And the revenue. So basically, I'm looking at this that we were hoping when, if my memory serves me correctly, that the revenues would help offset the extra body. And I'm not seeing that. So I guess I realize it is only a budget. I'm curious more than anything where we sit right now for revenue in that in this year, just to have a kind of a bit of an idea, but I am concerned that the cost recovery through fines is not as high as I would like to see it.
CAO or Chief Shalapai, I'm not sure which one of you wants to.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to try to address it if Chief Shalapai wants to address it as well. Perhaps that needs a bit of a level of service discussion with council. Wasn't clear to me that revenue generation was one of our objectives, but it's certainly a nice to do whenever you're trying to control behavior, for example, speeding. But I wasn't here for the discussion of when the additional resource was requested that it would pay for itself. If that's a strategic direction of council, we kind of need to hear that. Some places don't like that. They just want their community safe. And sometimes the fine revenue is an indication of that. But some of the problems we have, there's no fine revenue. There's no revenue that we can get from it, but it's solving county problems. Like, I'll give you an example of littering or an unsightly. We probably lose money on all those files, but they make our community a better place. So should they be spending more time on traffic and generating revenue? Perhaps. I think that's a good topic for a separate discussion on another day at committee of the whole sometime.
And I, based on your comments, we could expect to engage further in that through the level of service review. And okay. Is there anybody that thinks we should try to generate $1 million through fines, just for clarity in the next? I don't think that one's going to launch. So Councillor Gerlich and then Councillor Kapitani.
I think, is there any way that we could somehow assess the value of the warnings that they put out? Like, so many times the warning does as much good as the fine. And if we had sort of had an indication of how many people they talked to, and I know I've been stopped a few times, and I talked to the officer and I said, really, what point does a fine do? I wasn't intentionally breaking the law. I wasn't intentionally doing something. And so they give you a pass because it makes sense. And
In Westlaw, not here.
but I mean, and that's the intention, and that's where the real investment is in sort of educating people or kind of giving them a second chance, because I realized I did that once, I won't do it again, that type of thing.
But you just told us you've been subbed many times, so is it working?
I'm old. I've had a lot of years still.
Mr. Chairman, they are using that system today. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, okay.
They give out way more warnings than they do fines, and maybe that's reflected in the revenue. We don't get a whole lot of complaints in the office about how nasty our officers are on the roads.
Okay, because I think the warnings will be just as much good as the fines.
So Councillor Holland had asked about 2755, the transfer to other organizations, and we moved on before that could get addressed.
Mr. Chair, 2755 is a wonderful one called the RCMP police funding model that we really have no
That's the
control over.
RCMP.
RCMP police funding model.
Perfect. Could we change that to how much work is it, CAO, to more clearly make these lines indicate where they go, so that say the average person reading this for their bedtime reading would know?
Mr. Chairman, if we can do that, or the next round, we can include the points pages, which is, it'll triple the package, but it'll explain everything. So we can do either or.
I like the idea of the lines being really clear, right? So you can say, oh, this one is RCMP. That's me. Further questions? I think Councillor Kapitanek had.
I just was more making a point on fines, the concept that you can, I guess, try to anticipate what you could get in fines. You have to assume that everybody's out there speeding and breaking the law all the time. And if fines are doing their job, people aren't. Ideally, you learn from your lessons. But so that would just be a side note that I wanted to make. You can't just say, oh, there's gonna be X number of people breaking the law today, go get them. I think that's unrealistic.
Okay, Councillor Kapitanek has asked for a brief break. Can we? Oh, sorry, Councillor Anderson, I apologize.
Sorry, contracted services, I see that our expenditures is down. But do we not have contracts with some of the summer villages to provide bylaw enforcement for them? Where is that captured in here? I just expected it to be, more than $15,000 for sales of service, if that's what that line included, because we have Boyle and some other summer villages, so.
Good catch.
Through the chair to Councillor Anderson, so 1410 does have our agreements with other municipalities. Without getting too far into contract details with the other municipalities, our biggest contract is a fixed amount, which is relatively low. It's one that needs to be reviewed when it comes up for renewal here in 2025. The other ones, the summer villages, is on an hourly basis, and it's a very low hourly volume. So it's relatively correct. I can review that and potentially for the second reading make some adjustments because that may have been missed in the budget review, but it's not going to be a substantial increase.
Sorry, I jumped the gun. Is everybody ready for a break? Okay, given the kind of the time, let's come back at 1:45 on the big clock. Ms. Blair, I think you probably better order lunch. I'm going to reconvene the meeting for, are you ready? We're going to reconvene the October 3rd council meeting. Just long enough to break for till 5 minutes past 12 for lunch, which we've ordered and is here. So we might as well enjoy it while it's hot. And so we'll come back at 5 minutes after 12. Good afternoon. It is 7 minutes after 12. And I'd like to reconvene the October 3rd special council meeting to address primarily budget. We've got quorum. Councillor Wallach is there in the background. We left off at page 46. This is the Athabasca County Common Services budget. Is there anything you want to address with this from an administrative point of view, CAO or Director Ombley or Director Whaley?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out that we cleaned up this budget a little bit more where we moved the salaries and wages for road transportation and road construction over to the proper budget, as well as the work that they do. Before, it was all being grouped with common services. So now all that has been moved to road construction, as you will see once we get to that in the next page.
Some
Besides
more
that,
careful alignment of expense to expense source.
and besides that, we've also removed some expenses from here and moved them to a new budget, which is a facilities budget, which you'll see at the end of the
very
budget.
last. I know Councillor Holland had her hand up. I'm going to ask first, the engineering dropped significantly and I don't see a corresponding transfer into the road construction budget. That's line 2236. Is there something changing in how we do business if the engineering is going to go down that significantly?
Mr. Chair, engineering, we had budgeted in 2024 bridge and road construction engineering, miscellaneous bridge and road construction, as well as the new shop design phase, which was, so the new shop design phase was 150,000, and then the bridge and road construction engineering was 235,000, and that was just for 2024, not going forward.
24 was the anomaly, and thank you for that. Councillor Holland, you had some questions. Floor is yours.
Questions are answered. Thank you.
Others at the table? Everybody seems, Councillor Mins?
So transfer from reserves went down from 2 million down to 440,000
Transfer to reserves, yeah.
to reserves.
Last year, you'll remember I think this is a category that we made a special $1 million transfer
Yeah,
into
to
reserves,
construction, yeah.
but there's still 600,000 worth of.
Mrs. Chair, yeah, we had gravel pit reclamation reserve set up starting in 2024. So in 24, we budgeted to transfer $2,020,000, and going after anything after that, 25 onwards, it's supposed to be 400,000. So that's where the 1.6 million difference is coming from.
Now that you say that, I remember a conversation where we talked about an annualized, a bigger sum in the first year and an annualized amount to deal with those, that post closure liability. Councillor Mins, the floor remains yours. Those are things I think, that even when we had our strategic planning meetings, even that's something that I think I don't remember us remembering as a success, but the forward-looking planning where we've identified this long-range liability and every year fund a little bit of money is something that I think council should take credit for and be proud of. Road construction and maintenance, Councillor Mins, do you have any questions there? Not yet.
Mr. Chair, I think we should start with the business cases on this as well, and then
Thank you, good.
circle back.
Okay, so let's go to page 48. New positions, light brushing. Questions? Councillor Holland, that's on page 48.
Yes, page 48. Has it been looked at to contract these positions? Has there been a cost comparison?
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, no, we have not done that. We can provide that to council though, if you wish.
Well, I would like to see it, but I don't know what the rest of council would like, but thank you.
Colleagues, is there a desire to see the comparison with contracting? Councillor Mins?
I don't desire that just due to the fact that we're here to, I think, bringing people on for seasonal positions is a great way of promoting the county. A lot of seasonal people, find out what we do as employer.
Then you bring them on.
And then all of a sudden they become full-time. Seasonal person here for light brushing or sign crew could end up becoming a grader operator. Who knows, hey, so.
So Counselor Wallach would be interested, I think, based on the thumbs up emoji in seeing that. Counselor, so that's 3 yeses. Counselor Gerlich?
What exactly is meant by the light brushing? Like it's a hand slashing crew or?
Director Whaley, do you want to just clarify what is meant by light brushing?
Through the chair to Councillor Gerlach, brushing around the signs, so not with the skid steer and not with the mulcher, just basic chainsaw work to clear up so signs have visibility and you can see proper sight lines at intersections.
Okay, doke, thanks.
Counselor Anderson, you want to see the contract rate?
For 47,000, I think that it's well worth just hiring the seasonal employees. I don't think we'd get much contracted work for 47,000.
Counselor Kapitanek? You want to see the rate contract? No. Counselor Gerlich, did you want to?
No.
No.
I think it would be pretty hard to contract an unknown.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough keenness on that, so we'll say no. Yeah, my wondering, Director, is there a way to do any of this with existing employees? Like, is there a way to use, say, anyone who has guaranteed winter hours or?
Mr. Chair, we have somebody whose first job description is technically signs, but they are, as the business case says, seconded to run the sand truck or to run the gravel program. It would make more sense operationally if we had a separate group to do this for just the 2 years that this is asking, and then we would be caught up enough that people could then do the maintenance, but it's fallen so far behind that.
So this is another one of our catch-up projects.
This is a
'cause we
catch-up
haven't-
project, sir, yes.
So you just said 2 years, but it's only in here for one. Is this a multi-year ask or a 1 year ask?
It will be multi-year, so 47 again in 2026.
So can we put that in the amended package? Okay. Council, everybody's open to taking care of that safety concern? Seeing no objections, page 49. This, I noticed this maintains that increased focus that council asked for on bridge work and 20 out of 200, looks like we got 10% of the bridges addressed this year. Are there questions for the administration? Councillor Holland? Floor is yours.
Thank you. I understand the requirement and I understand the importance. I guess when it comes to, and this one's kind of a craw on my side, when we were told $8,000 to clean a bridge deck. And then just the next day to see it being, the gravel being pushed back on top of it. I'm struggling with that a little bit. And I'm also noticing as well with the cleaning of the bridges, well, I totally get they need to be done. But a lot of the grading work was to level off the ebbs and flows of the enter and exit of bridges, so that now we're seeing major gaps in between. You know, we're driving down, hitting the humps and then going back over. It used to be able to be smoothed out. So are we, I don't know. I guess I just struggle with the cost in-house of cleaning a bridge for $8,000.
Is that a piece of data that, you just
That's what
remind
we
us where
had
that came
in-
from?
Yeah, we had that in our committee of the whole meeting reports.
Okay.
So I'm wondering, you know, is there a better way to job cost these? Because for me, I'm pretty sure there's contractors out there who would be very interested in doing that particular job for that kind of money.
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, I think in the case of the costing of 8,000 for that one bridge, I believe there was more involved than just cleaning the bridge deck. While it is necessary to clean the bridge decks, it will have to be addressed through graders and maintenance to not put the gravel back. And reminders will be sent out. In the case of maintaining bridges, this will extend the life so that we are not relying solely on STIP or having to head straight for replacement as opposed to what we have been doing, which is relying entirely on STIP funding and waiting until imminent failure. So
So is there anybody who would object to the request for an amendment to the budget, the amount of $94,000 to put in place the bridge seasonal bridge maintenance crew to keep on top of and catch up on that maintenance? Is there anyone that objects? Otherwise, this is it. Okay, we're good to go. Councillor Gurlick, you want to add a comment?
Does that also include when they're doing the bridge deck that they kind of check for brush that's accumulating under the bridges and things like that? Because that needs to be attended to at the same time.
through the chair to Councillor Gerlach, yes, provided we're not heading to requiring fall arrest for safety reasons. So they will clean the banks along the sides of it. But if it's right directly under a bridge and would require fall arrest, then it would have to be through a different provision. So.
Councillor Mintz.
That looking, they'd probably look for debris, right? But a lot of this bridge maintenance comes out of your bridge inspections. So if at the time the bridge inspection is done, all of a sudden the inspector looks and there's a whole bunch of debris, well, that would be put on the bridge maintenance and saying remove debris. There's a scour hole here. You got to fill it with rock. You got there's so much coming off of the bridge inspection forms that and that's how this is generated. And that so that's usually caught like that.
And remember, lots of these bridges are 1,500 plus mil culverts.
Well, we're talking about bridges.
Not
But
culverts.
culverts is like a road surface, eh? You know,
Well, we have culverts that we call bridges. So
Yeah.
this maintenance is only the structural bridges, not the culvert bridges.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is actual bridges, not bridge culverts.
Okay.
Yeah.
What we would all think of as a bridge, like with a troll and the whole bit. Okay, that's those are the budget change requests that apply to that. So then if we go back to the road construction budget. I had a question, just the gross recovery revenue, which I recognize is a transfer over from the common services budget. That's line number 1960. Can you just remind us what generates revenue in road construction?
Mr. Chair, that's just the work we do in-house. So basically it would be normally if you would hire a contractor, you would be paying them to do all the work. So this is us doing it ourselves. So we're recovering those costs.
Okay. Other questions? Councilor Mintz?
classification of road surfacing. What does that entail? Sorry,
Can you just give us a line item, Council?
oh, that's 22 or no, 2535.
That's not even on this. We're on road construction maintenance.
Road construction 2535.
25 through, oh, sorry, there you go. Road surface.
4.5 million.
I have my numbers backwards.
Through the chair to Councillor Mins, that includes the cost for maintaining gravel roads. Sorry. Yeah, that's what I'm reading. So it assumes on average, plus or minus 9 miles of road will be reconstructed at a cost of 225,000. And this includes the cost for shoulder pulls, which you have the maps proposed for later in. So those are maintenance and shoulder pulls. So.
Maintenance and shoulder pulls and construction.
Sorry, this is just straight maintenance of the gravel roads at this point. Shoulder pulls have been moved and probably should have been previously captured as capital projects because what our shoulder pulls are mini rebuilds. And so they should have been capitalized to extend the life of the asset. And as our CAO has pointed out, so they've been moved to capital.
So this is not construction.
No,
just
this is just maintenance.
And that's paved road maintenance too, or not paved road?
This is not paved road maintenance.
So and
Pleasure.
one more question, the 2257 contracted gravel haul, is that the contracted gravel haul on our road system, or is that for gravel being hauled into a pit, or where's that?
This is the haul of, that we put the gravel on the roads, not the hauling to stockpile.
Okay.
Follow up,
Thank you.
Council? Nope,
Yeah, no, good, thank you.
you're good. Okay. Councillor Gerlich? No. Nope. Councillor Holland? Nope. Councillor Capitana, nothing. I had a note on line number 2272. There says damage claims. I'm just wondering, because that's a new line item that I didn't notice disappearing from somewhere else. Is that something we should be aware of? Because it's only a 1 year.
Mr. Chair, this is for insurance claims from overland flooding. So the issue is vegetation in drainage ditch that needs to be cleaned out on Paxton Road, Township 660. So it's just a 2025 expense. Expected.
And so that's our deductible? If it's an insurance claim, what are we paying for?
No, it's
Uninsurable claims?
yeah, I guess it's a cost of insurance claim.
Okay. Further follow-up from the table?
I thought we.
Mr. Chair, we're gonna follow up on that one. I'm unaware of A, where that line came from, and B, what the cost actually incurred is. So we'll follow up with you on that.
Okay. Councillor Anderson, did you have a? Okay. Councillor Mintz, floor is yours.
Just one more,
Yeah, sorry, it's hard because I'm trying to look at my own questions,
Yeah,
and so
oh
if I
yeah,
miss
no.
you, just keep waving.
Not a problem. 2690 amort expense.
Amortization.
Oh, that's amortization. Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's a tough one to spell, so it gets abbreviated as.
Right on. Okay.
I'd
Thank
like,
you.
I'd like to sell the amort to the county. We are moving ahead. So is everybody okay with the road construction budget? Road construction maintenance. Now, I think based on some comments that, have come around the table a number of times, it might be good to have a little bit more clarity just to make sure the 4.5 million is that is just the maintenance. Just have an understanding of what that is because of Okay, we are moving on to page number 50. Community transportation. This is a valuable service. What questions do you have for our administrative team? Councillor Holland.
Be quiet. Sorry. All right.
I don't
thank
even
you for
look. I
that.
just say your name. That's
Yeah, it's just here. With regards to community transportation, the one thing I don't see here is an area for reserves for bus replacement. So that's something that, my personal opinion, don't know how the rest of council feels, but I think that that's extremely important that we start looking at that. I'm hoping that we can utilize grants, but as that's not coming as fast as we would like it to, we really need to start looking at how we're going to replace some of those assets. Or capital items, I guess they're called. The other thing I was wanting to ensure, that the salary and hourly, did that come out right? Salary and hourly wages. Our drivers that we have been here for a very, very long time. And so I'm hoping, with the change that we've seen with the grid and that kind of thing, that is the change here from the 143 to the 180 in 2110, that is, an increase to their salaries as well as to ensure that their long-time service is being recognized. That's just my personal opinion there. So I just want to double check that one. And the other thing, that I would really like to see is the consideration of seatbelts installed where they can on some of these units, just for, of course, passenger safety and all inclusive needs for all passenger needs. So, yeah, those are just the items that I would really like to see, and I don't know if seatbelts is something that's there either.
Would that be something to ask administration just to clarify for us about the wisdom of seatbelts on buses, period? Because lots of them don't have that at all, and I've always assumed there's a reason. Whether it's,
Yeah,
I think
Mr.
it's a
Chairman,
good idea.
I would suggest these are, I believe we also have a committee meeting coming up on
next week.
the 10th. So might be some good discussion topics for the committee as well.
Would it be, following up on Councillor Holland's question, what is you think, colleagues, about asking administration to find some savings in another area of this budget and allocate something to vehicle replacement reserve? You know, one of the trends that I think we've had as a group is to start making that long-term look and to start saying, if we put a little bit of money aside every year, it's a lot less painful, and eventually we'll have the cash already waiting for that new vehicle versus whatever went on in the past where I don't even know what happened there. But you know, the fire services fleet is a great example, and I like to brag about that every chance I get to have a microphone in front of a group of people is something that you guys have done as a group that to me is really progressive and looks out for our region. Would it be reasonable to ask admin to come up with a reserve number and modify this budget with something?
I would support adding in a community transportation capital replacement reserve. I think that's really important step to take. And now is a great time to do it. I would like to see us target a number so that when we're asking admin to find money somewhere that they kind of know what they're looking for. And you know,
Would it be
what
reasonable
would
to?
a reasonable amount would be, whether it's 50,000 a year or 100,000 a year? I'm not really sure. So
Would it be reasonable to look at the replacement value of those assets and have admin provide us a recommendation that over the next 5 years or whatever the service life we think is left of those, that kind of like the spreadsheet Chief Shalapai did on fire trucks? Here's what we expect to spend this much money at this future time, and it's also a reasonable choice to say we're not going to get 100% by that moment. Like in the beginning, we want to be in a position to have 70%. So
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, if I interject, it's relate a little bit to the draft cost sharing arrangement that we have that was circulated to our in urban partners. We still are operating on a handshake agreement. Another of our services that is on a handshake agreement. So we drafted a cost sharing agreement, sent it to them, and it references capital. This would maybe be taking it another step, which is excellent, good planning. It's the right thing to do. Should make for some good discussion on the 10th. That's all I'll say. It requires the commitment of our urban partners to also buy into that concept. Otherwise, it's us funding our portion of future capital. We can absolutely do that. Would it be better if they participated? I think that's an item for discussion.
I personally have the view that we have a vehicle right now that's being worn out, and by not pay like that, by paying only the operating costs, we're not paying the true cost of providing that service. And so if it's wearing out, driving people and residents from the county, there's a portion of that wearing out that needs to come from the county. And if we're transporting residents from other partners, they have an obligation to maintain that asset, and I'm okay digging in on that. But Councillor Mintz, you're gonna agree?
I totally agree with this, just due to the fact that I've watched other councils sit here and beat this to living death because they need a new handicap van or something like that. And they are expensive. And when it comes up to requiring it, it's like, oh man, we gotta take away from. Usually it was maintenance somewhere to purchase this, and it used to drive me crazy. So it's a great idea.
So for next time, is there any disagreement with asking administration to come up with their recommendation on what the right kind of balance is? Councillor Gerlach, do you want to comment or do you want to object? Okay.
I'm not a great fan of reserves in this particular case because these are things that are grantable, and I don't know why you bother to apply for a grant when you're likely not to get it when you have money in reserves to pay for it. It sort of I think, and it never gets cheaper. It never gets cheaper in the future than it is today. And putting money away to pay more for it in the future. If you need it, buy it. And find the money in the budget. And our tax rates are so low that we're here to provide services and we should be providing adequate services. And if we need to get more tax money, we should be getting more tax money. Because our taxes are extremely low right across the board. And our service level could be improved. And I'm not really up for squirreling money away, little bits here and there. Anyway.
Counselor Holland.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up to the grant that we've been trying to become successful at has been applied for. Oh, we're on year 3 now. So if the grants are not coming as fast and furious as we would like them to and seem to be dwindling at a rapid rate.
So the fact that you have no money saved is not helping you to get it. Okay, so I think with the exception of one objection, the general consensus of the council is to ask admin to find some money in the budget. And okay, any further comments on community transportation, or we're moving on to page 51? Page 51 is the Athabasca County Airport. Are there any questions? We still own it, yes. I'm gonna, well, Councillor Holland is looking up her question. There is a budget change request there, but I'm gonna, line 2150, council wages and meeting honoraria. Given that there is no committee that involves council, I'm wondering if that's accurately recorded. Line 2150, but the fourth one down, 2150. Just thinking the label is goofy, not the amount.
Mr. Chair, yeah, that should be deleted out of there.
The whole line or just the label?
Just the 1600, the whole line.
And 2520. Gas, oil and antifreeze. So we had $40,000 spent. I assume that was the cost of product for resale.
Mr. Chair, yeah, that is the avgas.
Okay, and so now that we've changed systems, we don't actually own the product, somebody else manages it.
That is correct.
But I assume that if we were selling avgas, that we bought avgas to sell, then we would also have sales of avgas, assume, with the assumption that the pump was working. So for me, the revenue didn't change from 24 to 25. So does that mean we bought gas and sold none in 24 and we're going to sell none in 25?
Mr. Chair, I believe that also needs to be adjusted. We would have, well, going forward, 25 onwards, that the sale of goods should be reduced.
Because we should get a commission off what we sell, but not
that much.
Okay. So that's an amendment that we will make for the next. Does everybody follow where that came from? That's line 1420, sale of goods. And that's what I had for questions. Are there other questions from the table? Councillor Capitano.
Just obviously interested to know why we have a lot more legal going forward. Professional consulting and legal going forward. Is that in?
Can you give us just a line number for that?
Oh, sorry, professional consulting, 2234.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Capitanic, that's for airport traffic activity platform. So that's a business case that we have.
Oh, which is on page 52. Mr. Imtiaz, can you just clarify how much contributions we get from our regional partners to fund the airport?
Mr. Chair, I believe none.
Okay, just want to make sure we're all clear on that. Councillor Holland?
We don't support in any financial way, the Boyle Municipal graphs.
We do not.
No, we do not. Okay.
Well, I don't know if we do, but we don't. Okay, Councillor Wallach has a question. Sorry. No, that's last time I looked, it wasn't there. Councillor Wallach, the floor is yours.
Thank you. 2211, the travel, what does the $700 go towards?
Through the chair to Councillor Wallach, that would be for mileage for our airport foreman to attend her conferences or anything she needs to do airport related.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll see an increase in the deficit on this one. But because of the capital projects proposed and the Jet A that is proposed, and assuming that happens, there should be a revenue projected from that and from Avgas, just at a lower amount. Any further questions on the airport? Moving on to page 53, water supply. I wanted to ask how the recent reports from the Water Commission have influenced the reserve transfers in this and the wastewater. The same question will apply to wastewater, but has that been taken into account, the capital items that are identified there?
Mr. Chair, no, we have not based anything on the commission's reports. They're based on the utility, on the rate model for what was transferred before, so.
I have no other questions. Are there other questions? Councillor Holland? Floor is yours.
Okay, you might want to plug your ears. You, Mr. Hall. When I looked at this one, I of course go back to all of the different things that we are looking at now to expand and what has been done in the past, et cetera. And that water rates have historically been subsidized across the county rather than user pay. And I'm seeing again that we are looking at, you know, that expansion, and it's coming through to the taxpayer to fund that expansion in, you know, the dollars that we're required to. So in my personal opinion, I do believe that we need to go back to the subsidy of waters across the county. And I was looking at the different possibilities of what that looked like. We're currently looking at either $9, depending on where you are, for truck fill, or $9.13 for utilities. And what that turned out to be, and when I went and looked at all the different roles and whatnot, it works out, if I can find it really quick, $2.31 a month is what we are looking at with this particular water supply and wastewater, is what is costing our residents. So we're not doing a user pay. It's not breaking even currently in this budget. When I dropped it to $6 a cube across the board, it ended up being just over $3. Just trying to find it real quick in my notes, $3.08 a month. So it's not a really huge increase to the taxpayer, but it certainly drops the wage or the rates. That is much more, in my opinion. It does great things for economic development, and it does great things for our residents. So it's something that I would really like us to look at and consider, that we go back to a complete subsidy for water supply.
Sorry, a complete subsidy?
Across the board, across the
What
county.
do you mean by, can you just define for the table what complete?
Instead of
subsidy
it
is?
being user pay,
But like we
as
pay
we had
100%,
intended.
give it away?
I'm sorry?
Complete subsidy means give water away for zero?
No, subsidize across the county. So at $6, lower the rate, subsidize it across the county for all taxpayers. Because we are looking at all taxpayers having to foot the bill for the expansion, for our portion of the expansion going west. I also want to see, and again, don't bite my head off, but we need to clean up that levy that we've got going on in Collinton. That, you know, their levy that's being covered off by a lower rate in our water bylaw. We really need to look at this, and we really need to take a better examination of exactly how things are done and what can be cleaned up and what can provide services that are better to our community at a lower rate. And we can do that. We can easily do that. And it's in the figures that I've sorted out, but of course, I'd rather see that from administration.
Councillor Capitano.
Just for my own clarification and that of anyone else, if through the chair administration wants to come back with a detailed explanation of how a local improvement levy works and how long the Collington levy was taken out for and when it expires. And I think it's in the next couple of years, but it would be good to have that information and a good explanation for the public of why. Potentially, if we have record of why it was taken close to 15 years ago and how that's affects the difference in the water rates. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. That can all be found in bylaw 12007. And all that information is there. And it is 30-year. It depends on what lot took what deal, right? So back in January of 2008. Oh, absolutely. But it is here. So if people want to look it
So
up
the-
because
the
it's a
discussion
30-year.
then really with microphones on. Other comments on the water supply budget? Councillor Mins.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to discussing that levy too and getting that figured out to where it's transparent instead of people wondering what they're paying for and what they're not paying for and because it is being discussed throughout the county. I myself wouldn't hurt to see a little bit of subsidy on water myself. It's I have no problem with that. I'd like to see a business case for it and from administration though.
Any other comments? I think in this current budget, it's fair to say we are subsidizing water and, one of the only ways to really and truly bring down the real cost of water is for the commission to sell more water. That's the only way the price comes down is to produce more water more cheaply because most of the costs are fixed. Whether we choose as a council to subsidize the water that's provided to our ratepayers, I think is a discussion that is maybe even separate from budget because it, to me, needs to be part of an economic development strategy, not just a giveaway. And I am not in favor of subsidizing water to industry. If you're drilling an oil well and you're hauling water to your camp, you should pay the full freight on that water. Our taxpayers should not be subsidizing that. We already subsidize this drilling activity far more than we should. If we get to a place where we say we want to give residents a break and there's an economic development strategy related to that, I think that's a discussion worth having, but I'm not sure that today it's something we can do kind of off the cuff, but it's part of a larger plan for hamlet growth and development in the region. I think it's worth having that conversation. Are there other comments on water right now? Where are we headed? Have admin, there's been a request to have admin come back with a little bit of an explanation on the local improvement levy in Collington. Is there any objection to seeing that as an update at a future meeting?
Mr. Chairman, we don't need a motion or anything to that effect.
I just want to make sure.
We were going to bring back information. Remember, we retained a consultant to help us with asset review and asset transfer to the commission, and they were going to look at our entire big picture of utilities. And I think it's a great opportunity to discuss that and the local improvement all at one time. So unfortunately, this issue is going to come back to the table in a couple of different ways. It might be that way, and then next year under the level of service review. So unfortunately, it's going to keep popping up.
Moving on to the wastewater services budget, the lagoon desludging, I wonder if that isn't a transfer from reserves. And so my question is really line 1930 says transfer from operating. That's meant to say transfer from operating reserve? Okay.
That
So
is correct.
And that's the line that's going to cover the desludging, which is why we say. Other questions about wastewater? It looks like we are nowhere close to cost recovery on this in this upcoming year. Everybody's happy with that level of subsidy? Okay. Ready to move on to page 56? Oh, Councillor Gerlich.
Question I need to ask, but I don't know if I want the answer. What do you do with the stuff that you take out of the, when you de-sludge?
Mr. Chairman, basically it's dewatered, and then you're allowed to landfill it, or if it meets certain requirements, you can put it on fields, believe it or not. And, so it depends on what is in what you take out. But
Okay. I got a few good guesses.
Moving on to page 56, waste management. 2025 has a significant increase. Is that still related to the consulting and reporting that's happening on the old landfills? Director Ridley?
Mr. Chair, yes, that is the studies on decommission, on landfills that are no longer active, environmental requirements.
So this is another area where we're looking at cleaning up a deferred mess that we've inherited. Okay,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
there's a theme of our, like, things that we're spending money on this. Are there other questions at the table? Seeing none. Page 57, FCSS. Questions, comments from administration? I don't think there was no budget change request there. I'm going to ask while everybody's thinking of their own questions. This is, 500 and, well, first of all, I guess, why are the patron contributions, the partner contributions not keeping pace or increasing as the expenses grow? It looks like the revenue is fairly static and the expenses are growing. So this is a shared service between multiple municipalities. Can we just?
Mr. Chair, the main increase for FCSS budget, which is 99,000, is salary increases based on the new grid and a new position that was a team leader that we added, which is what is driving the increase in this year and going forward.
So is there, maybe the CEO can answer why?
yeah, but I
why you're
heard
still-
your question. It's, if the cost of the service is going up, why are our partners' contributions not keeping pace with that? That's a fair question. I think we just have to get back to council with that.
Okay. And then the second follow-up is because this is a $500,000 net expense of a very valuable and useful program. But do we have any idea of the utilization and where the residents we provide services to reside? Similar to the way that the arms facility is tracking who uses what services. Do we know where not the demographics, but do we know where the users of these services come from?
Mr. Chairman, we could absolutely ask the manager to come back and make another presentation. I know that she has great stats on utilization.
Other questions from the table? Seeing none. Okay, I'm not going to keep delaying. We'll, oh, look at this. We're on the cemetery program on page 58. 2960, does that reflect the mowing costs? No,
No,
those are just buried in services.
yes, parks, yeah, recreation.
Okay. Buried. Didn't even plan that. Any questions about the cemetery program? Or can you maybe just share with us what actually 2960 reflects?
Mr. Chair, I'll just read the description here. It says this budget item provides for mowing, survey, and ground maintenance with county resources. So the budget pardon me?
It's not the mowing.
So maybe the
Clarify, I think this is mowing of just our cemeteries,
Okay.
but not the external cemeteries, which is addressed under recreation budget.
Okay. This is to mow our own. It's this to mow our own grass, not everybody else.
Just
Paragraph.
to all of council, one of our, one of our owned cemeteries is actually in an agreement to be mowed by another party. So we mow for.
Okay. Any further questions about that mowing program? Or, I mean, I know the mowing program is something that I'm sure is coming up somewhere. Seeing no hands up, if you're okay, we'll move on to page 59. Page 59, we have a large increase in the line 2246, other professional fees. I assume that's $50,000 related to the intermunicipal agreement requested with the Village of Boyle. And that's reflected on the budget change request. Are there other questions from the floor? The CAO nodded that yes, that's a village thing.
That is correct.
Council, other questions on this budget? Councillor Holland, floor is yours.
I'm not really sure if that's where this belongs, but anything to do with compliance, is that under enforcement or is that under planning and development compliance type issues?
Chairman, really depends what if you're talking about development compliance, I mean, we don't really budget for that in planning right now, so we have an enforcement section and it's a separate budget.
Okay.
I know that item has been directed to the next committee of the whole, so for discussion, so if something comes out of that discussion, we could address it in one of those budgets.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Any follow-up? Councillor Capitanic. 2221. Okay.
There's no longer it makes me see like there's no longer a need for any subscriptions or memberships for our team. Or is it just put somewhere else? I wouldn't have noted it if it didn't just go to zero.
Line
To the chair, to Councillor Capitaniak. I believe some of it has just been reallocated to the better, to the accounts that it applies to. So, for example, the 2000 membership and subscription has been moved to 2270, which is licenses, permits, and registration. So we just reallocated them to their appropriate accounts.
Okay, thank you so much.
Councillor Mins? Oh, you're good. I don't see any other questions. Moving on, page 61. Ag services, once again, another of the valuable services we provide. Are there any questions that relate from the ag services budget? Councillor Wallach, the floor is yours.
Hi, under 2110 salary and wages, I'm just wondering, like, looks like there's a decrease. Wondering about that.
To the chair, what we did was we sat down with all the directors and we reallocated the wages based on each staff and where they put their time towards. So this is the adjusted amount because a lot of the times one person might be putting in 50% of their time in ag services and 50% in another budget. And it might not be reflected on the budget. So what we did is we went through each staff in each department and we reallocated that accordingly. So some of them you'll see that it increased and some of them they decreased.
Councillor Wallach, any follow-up?
No, that's good, thanks.
Councillor Holland, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just in addition to that, so if the salary hourly wages went down, shouldn't the benefits and allowances follow?
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, that's right. But I believe in the previous years, it might not have been allocated properly, or the spreadsheet that actually determines how much what each employee we pay for benefits, how much it is. So we actually created a spreadsheet that tracks it better. So this is what reflects that.
So it's a correction.
Yes.
Thank you.
Nice, thank you. Councillor Gerlich, the floor is yours.
Yeah, just, I don't know, it's the appropriate time to bring this up, but that creek currently is in not very good shape. And I'm just wondering if we're looking at doing any work on it, because there must be 5, 6, 7 projects that drain into this lake to go through Dap Creek. And if we ever get back into some years with any amount of moisture, that's going to be a disaster situation, because that whole channel is sloughed right in now and cannot.
So Is,
carry
is the question really then, is the Dap Creek, is there any, are there any projects budgeted related to
I'm just,
Dap Creek?
I'm just sort of bringing it to
Yeah,
up as something we should be aware of, that maybe now when it's probably bone dry, that now would be the time to look at doing something with it, because if we all of a sudden get a big runoff, it's going to be a major, major problem.
administration, are you aware of that, and can you provide some insight?
Through the chair to Councillor Gerlach, yes, our agricultural manager is aware of the situation. I cannot speak directly to what he is planning to deal with, but he is aware of the situation, and a report will be brought back to the ASB meeting scheduled likely in early November.
Thank you. Good question, Councillor Gerlach. Councillor Mins and Holland, you collectively sound like you have a question.
I have one. So the backsloping program is moved over to road construction. Okay, so that's another one in the road. Okay, road construction. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Councillor Holland, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just curious where the pest wildlife control would be in this particular budget.
To the chair, to Councillor Holland, that would be under programs, 2516.
Program supplies. Is that all that's in that particular code?
So program supplies includes tree sale program, on-farm water management, herbicide purchases, equipment for crop protection, weed control incentive program, herbicide rebate program, weed inspection program, crop protection got moved, explosives, animal damage control supplies.
Okay, and you mentioned one got moved?
Yeah, we just moved to training. We just moved 16,000 from crop protection to training.
So I guess, I don't know if there's anybody here from Ag to answer, but is this enough to cover? We had quite a few beaver issues, of course, and that will depend on what's happening, when, where, and why. But is this enough to cover the damages that are happening out there? I guess not cover the damages, but to cover the work to prevent the damages.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Holland, this definitely is enough. After consultation with the ag field manager and both of his control officers, this is enough to continue doing what they're doing.
Okay.
As to damages, we hope to prevent.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Further questions on the ag services budget? Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. Given the increase in concerns due to beavers in our region, do we feel that 2 officers will be adequate for the long term, or will we have to increase that team at some point to be able to keep up with the growing concern and be able to protect our infrastructure?
So through the chair to Councillor Anderson, the ASB should be proposing things to council. So we're going to bring to the ASB meeting in November. They're going to start working on a service plan. One of the recommendations would be to bring, a second ag fieldman, an assistant ag fieldman on, who can be a more in the field person and assist with those things, but it would have to come from the ASB itself to council.
Is it some of the support for Alice runs through this budget in the pond leveler program?
Yeah, through the chair, I'm sorry, I don't know the point number.
2991.
In 2991.
Public relations, okay. Because I know, that's been a really valuable program in terms of resolving a number of long-standing issues between neighbors, which I think is a real success again for our council to have helped resolve some of those problems. And and done it in a way that kind of reflects a compromise to meet everybody's needs. Any further questions on page 61, or can I move us through 62? 62. Counselor Kapitanek, you have questions?
So just to go to the small mowing crew seasonal ×3. This amount would cover the cost of seasonal staff?
Through the chair to Councillor Kapitaniak, yes.
Is that, how many positions? 'Cause I don't,
That's 3.
3? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I was looking at the ×3 as a 3-week rotation. So it's ×3.
Sorry, no, 3 new people, please.
3 new people to make it a 3-week rotation.
It, to hopefully make it a 3-week rotation,
Okay.
provided nothing else changes.
Yes, weather dependent. Okay, thank
Yes.
you. No, that's great. That seems low from my thoughts, so I guess wonderful. 3
I'm,
staff for.
so that, and that's
4
on
months,
the
so 69.
budget to change request on page 63. I'm wondering if administration has any advice for council on how to meet the service levels without adding to our fleet and without adding to our fleet of equipment and adding extra seasonal employees. I feel like we need to focus on places our residents use regularly, like the hamlets themselves, county property and campgrounds. Cemeteries belonging to third parties, to me, are not a higher priority than maintaining our campgrounds and our hamlets. And I don't feel good about supporting adding more crews and expense to mow property that's not ours without some more deep thought and without making sure our own house is in order before we start mowing everybody else's grass. And we heard that a number of times in emails over the last couple of weeks about hamlet rotations being too long, campgrounds being, not as well tended as council would like to see. I think this is, for me, this is not an okay spend to increase on the cemeteries.
Okay.
Councillor Anderson, then Kapitanek.
I've heard a lot of complaints about some of our county-owned boat launches. And I'm assuming the increase to 2270 is partially due to getting all the permits and approvals in line for those items. I expected to see more or a higher budget increase in this item or a budget change request for improvements to those boat launches. Has that been included in our budget or where is it?
I'm not sure what page it's on in this document, but we have we have a request where last year we for asset management did a building facilities assessment. This year we're asking for the equal amount of money to do campgrounds and boat launches and to do an assessment of them. But a lot of them have to have their licenses and permits brought up to date. So we cannot budget capital improvements until we have the dispositions in place correctly. So
just to confirm, that study will probably take most of next summer and improvements won't happen until 2026 then.
Through the chair to Councillor Anderson, some improvements may happen as disposition authority comes from the province, but of course we don't own that land. So we have to wait on provincial approvals. Their timelines are not something we can predict.
Thank you.
Councillor Kapitanek.
Sorry, I just wanted to, I'll just go back to the mowing increase. And I mean, obviously we're waiting on that service review. But I wavered on this a lot too, and we've had really good discussions about religious lands and private cemeteries. And what it really came down to, and I drive around the county and is that when those things are taken care of, our complete community looks clean and like we care. And when we're talking in other departments and other committees about, ECDEV and bringing people to our community and tourism, and how do we keep people wanting to be here? How do we entice people to want to live in our region? All these little things come together, and I'm always piecing the little things coming together. And tidy cemeteries is something that looks nice for the price, to me, of 2, and I'm not speaking against signage, but the price of 2 Welcome to Wandering River signs, we can have lots of community areas taken care of and looking really nice. And so that's where I'm sold on increasing the mowing crew. Just saying.
Counselor Holland, your hand is up.
Here. I agree. When people come to a community, they want to see what it, that it's looking nice and it's looking like people care. So I totally agree with everything that you've said there. I look at the size of this budget. I've got a few questions, of course, with regards to what's in the budget, but more than anything, the county, for whatever reason, dismantled the rec board, county recreation board was completely dismantled. We have what is it called? The Recreation Needs Assessment and Master Plan from 2017 that I don't even know if it's being utilized or is even, available for anybody to look at. But it's online, it's there. So I sit back and I look at the size of a budget and I don't see anything for future plans, future improvements. I just see maintenance. And without having a board to drive anything to improve or to add or to, any of those things, I just think we really need to look at reinstating that particular county rec board. But again, that's my personal opinion. I don't know what the cost implication would be to do that, but I think it would far outweigh the benefits that we would see from it and see things really improve. I'd also like to see, for example, the no on-site manager campgrounds. I'd like to see some improvements going on there. A lot of people are really disappointed. Some of those used to be managed, they're not anymore. And people are really disappointed to see the state that they've fallen into. And even if we have to increase some of the nightly fees, but mowing is another huge thing, and keeping these things looking good, the boat launch is looking good, all of those things. The beaches are growing in. So we're losing our sand, we're losing that attraction. And so for me, I would really like to see more upkeep on some of those no on-site manager campgrounds, or even consider managers at them. A county rec board, I think, is huge. That I think would be a big benefit. But I'll get to the budget. The 2250, the contracted services, I see has increased quite a bit, over 40,000. Do we know why?
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, that has been increased for boat launch maintenance as we're able to do it. So because we're starting the application processes now based on the complaints and the concerns, if we are able to get to it next summer, then it will be in budget to be able to be done. So
awesome. Thank you. And just one last one was the transfer to other organizations, just an understanding of what that is. And that's 2755.
That would be the multiplex operating and capital and the Boyle. There's a lot of Boyle, 50% arena deficit, Boyle Community Hall, 50% of utilities and insurance, Boyle Ball Diamonds maintenance, Boyle Spray Park, Boyle Youth and Fitness Center, Boyle Capital Contributions, rec facilities.
Thank you very much.
Counselor Mins.
Wondering being that got a little insight on our boat launches and that, if we shouldn't start throwing again money in reserves, dedicated reserves for actual maintenance of county recreation infrastructure.
Could we give up some superfluous mowing to do that, to find the money? Budgets are about resource allocation and
Well,
add a meal.
no, I don't want to give up any mowing, but
Mr. Chairman, I think it's a pretty, when council gets to it under the capital, this is the first year where we're suggesting council commit up to $500,000 towards all facilities. So a general pot, we could use it for recreation, we could use it for facilities. In the first year, we'll probably find that that's plenty of money. Some other years, we're going to find that that needs to be topped up, but we're starting somewhere. I think we know that the rec facilities need a lot of investment. We do. And if I'm not mistaken, do we not have a life cycle plan proposed for outside facilities in our future? I thought that that was part of our program as well.
Yes, the CAO is correct. We have for playgrounds, boat launches, campgrounds, it's the asset management suggestion for this year.
Councillor Mins, does that answer your question or resolve the? I also had a note, I mean, a couple of notes on the campgrounds regarding line 1410. Which is the revenue line. For me, it's unacceptable that there's no long-term plan to increase this item. Like if we're staying the same in 2025, we need to be planning for some kind of more reasonable increases in the 2026, 7, 8, 9. If we're selling a service to people who are not residents, which a lot of that tends to be, I'm not sure why we're subsidizing it. But that said, I would, on one hand, like to see some comments from administration on can the campgrounds be made to operate more profitably in terms of reviewing their rates relative to the comparison set. And also, I'd be really curious to know, like, over the time that we've all sat here, I'll admit, and I've said this to you, I think before, my thinking has changed a little bit in terms of the evolution around how we provide services and what we provide. And some things we do because they don't make sense, but it's a service we provide. And I mean, I think we've, seen that that's how it works in the municipality. What would the impact be to offering, county residents a deeply discounted seasonal pass to our own facilities? We spend money maintaining campgrounds and boat launches, and why should our residents pay the same amount as somebody from St. Albert who's coming up here with their camper and their boat? I think they already pay for them, and we should be giving them a healthy discount and as a benefit and a value add of living here. We tax people obviously, but also we should be giving back stuff to them, and so I'd be curious about that. And even potentially I know we have a bit of a discount on camping, but making sure we continue to reinforce discounted rates for county residents and market rates for the rest of the market. And what would the actual cost to the county be of doing that? Because if we were looking at a budget and like how many seasonal passes do we sell to county residents, what would it actually cost us to forego those? And if it's not a significant dollar, then I mean, if we can mow cemeteries for organizations that that are still in business, surely we can give something to our residents. So I don't know, is there a willingness to let admin give us some data on what they think it might cost us to discount day passes on county residents, or not day passes, seasonal passes? Okay. As we move to provide services, I mean, okay. Is that how realistic in terms of providing that kind of information, CAO? Is it capacity possible?
Do you want, so Mr. Chairman, does council want a full business audit of campground operations?
Someday.
I'm sorry?
Someday, sure.
Sure. We can make it a priority, and we're just changing our strategic priorities. That's okay.
I mean, I think my question is more for the short term. Do you have the ability to say, we sold
Oh, yeah,
300
sure.
seasonal
I
passes to
mean,
county
and we can tell
residents?
you where we're lacking in terms of fees, and we can bring back an environmental scan of where we sit with our campground costs compared to others. We're low. It's just a matter of how low. So everything you've said is pretty much on the mark.
Is it reasonable to have any of that in for a later version of this budget, to do some proposals for council to refine this component of our budget?
Perhaps, yeah. And if you wanted to make changes for the 2025 season, we'd have to have that done way ahead of time, because I think we start
selling in the January.
Correct. So, which is, yeah, so we'd have to make it a new priority, and we can do that.
Is it? Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, I'm going to give the floor to Councillor Anderson, but I don't know if it's a priority to realign our whole strategic plan. I think that's a bigger council discussion. Even on the little stuff where I look and think about, you know, we hear regularly at this table about how everybody's pressed on costs and fees and squeezed every which way. Maybe this is a small way we can give back a recreational service. It's in our backyard, and encourage people to show up at our facilities and make use of them to a greater extent. And when I think about building community, you know, gathering people together is one of the ways that happens. And it's, you know, I was personally like only a couple of days this summer, but I mean, there were people from all over the county gathering at Narrow Lake or Forfar, and it was great to see because they were talking. So. Councillor Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Would a change like that not require a amendment to the fees and charges bylaw?
Yes.
Maybe that's something we want to look at a future committee of the whole meeting, just to look at all the fees and charges again and see which ones we'd like to just change, but
Just approve that.
I
think,
I don't think that asking admin to just change it right now is,
I
there's a
think,
lot on their plate. It's budget time. There's a lot on their plate. I don't think that that's really a reasonable request for the 2025 budget. I think it's something for 2026 and to take more time to look at it.
where do we feel as a group? What do you want to do? Ignore it for another year or see what we can learn in the short term?
I would say, yeah, it's, again, we're sitting here and we're saying we don't want to overload council or overload administration, and now we're adding this sounds like huge. But at least if they're thinking of it, that's the way I'm looking at it, is they're thinking of it and
I would recommend starting small though.
Yeah.
On the day Cecil passes even.
Yeah, because now we're gonna get in, I agree with Counselor Anderson there. Now we're getting into the fees and fees bylaw again and yeah, I don't know if I wanna open that up right now but I think it's a good idea. We look at, and even right now, some of our boat launches are in such great shape that how can we charge that much money to launch a boat? You don't know if you're gonna bring your trailer out. So it's
So I think the mood of the room is to leave it. I just, you know, I look at it and think, I can't believe we're gonna spend $60,000 mowing somebody else's cemetery and not give our residents a deal. And well, they've kind of moved on. Okay, economic development. We're on page 64. Any questions on page 64? This is economic development. CAO. Oh, well, the CAO first, then council.
Yeah, it's just,
On this one or the one before? Okay, so we're gonna go back to page 62.
the only question I was gonna ask is on this budget change request form. It's got included in the budget. It's got no, so it's.
That we've already been told that's a goof up on.
Oh, that's, okay, perfect.
I can answer that. CAO, economic development.
Mr. Chairman, just a note that this is a really rough budget. We're still trying to build the program, so we're more than willing to take some direction and suggestions because we're just designing it on the fly, if you will.
Councillor Holland.
I just have a question, actually. We I believe it was last fall, sorry, I know you're in a hurry, cell phone review, cell phone service review. We applied for a grant last year to look at that. And we did not get it, the Northern.
NRED.
Yeah, and we didn't get it. I don't know if we're planning to do it again, and I don't know if this is the area for that, but it's been discussed in quite a few other municipalities as well, that they're noticing that cell phone service is being decreased. It's decreasing, it's getting worse. I've seen it here. It's just incredibly bad in so many places. It affects emergency management. It affects economic development. It affects all of that. So I don't know what the appetite is around the table of council that we seriously start looking into finding some sort of a study or figure out a review or something that will tell us, you know, what we need, where we need it, how much it's going to cost. We have available land to put towers, all of those things. And I don't know if this is the place for that, but if we're gonna get left in the dark ages if we don't start looking at these things. It's not like it hasn't come to council in the past years, looking at towers and the expense of those and that kind of thing, but when is it that we're actually going to deal with this problem?
So as a way to, because I think there's a bigger economic development planning piece in there. Would the way, taking into account the CAO's comments about it's a rough budget, would a reasonable way to be just to leave to budget a little bit of extra money in there for projects like that, once they're nailed down through a larger discussion?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah,
could
I
we
think
push
this
up
is
2246 a little bit, which was, previously has been reduced significantly over time? Should we move that line up a touch and bake some money in there?
Mr. Chairman,
Or do you have a better idea?
we think it's okay for today, but we get it. I think one of the steps that we want to do was update the draft strategic plan that was prepared for ARED, see if it'll adapt just for us at the county. So we're going to bring that ahead to council. And then if it goes off on some of those things, then let's follow that and then see where it goes. So that's kind of where we were at, was maybe seeing if council can help us refine that strat plan. And if that becomes one of our main topics, absolutely, let's go there. So for today, we're happy with the budget.
And-
If it needs to be augmented, we know where to come.
Councillor Wallach, we'll give you the floor.
Yeah, last year we had a line item for lobbyists. Are we gonna continue with that or leave it out?
I think it's.
Mr. Chairman, I think for what I had indicated was dependent on the results of what council want to do with the lobbyist, that could be added in, but it might not be under economic development and may come under legislative or another category. So it really depends. It really depends where council wanted it, but we weren't sure it needed to be an ECDev.
I think
Okay.
that's a good point. It depends on what exactly we're doing with it, and remember, budget sets kind of helps us to guide our spending plans. It's still subject to review and modification throughout the year. The only thing we can't review, of course, is once we've set it, is the mill rates and tax collection. So it's theoretically possible if something big came up to shift things around. Councillor Capitani.
I'm just looking at other things that we've talked about, you've allotted in different budgets. So for example, if we had a lobbyist budget that say one project was under transportation, one project was under active, then you would ideally allot those in those sections to it. Okay, thank you.
More questions on active? Seeing everybody's getting a little tired, we're going to drive on to page 65. Library board. I wondered. So this increase to me looks basically like the wages and benefits of moving the librarians into be county employees, but shouldn't there be a source of funds that goes with it? Director Alban?
Mr. Chairman and members of council, I've actually marked this down on my binder as pending. We are currently in discussions with Municipal Affairs, the Library Grant Program Administrator, and we are revisiting this. So we'll be bringing back more information. So we can leave the money there as a placeholder, but this may drop off just depending on what we learn as we move forward with the library board and the grant program.
So, but like in comparison to last year, the proposal here is that we may bring on an employee potentially. But in other years, we paid out money for that employee to somebody else who then paid the employee. So shouldn't there be, if we're adding $58,000 worth of employees, shouldn't there be an offsetting taking away $58,000 worth of something else somewhere? Like it shouldn't be a net new cost because we subsidize or pay librarians
Right.
today, we
Does it reflect?
pay them
in the-
tomorrow. It's just which umbrella are they sitting under, isn't it? Is it not?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You raise a good point. Yes, and again, we'll be bringing more information. We do have a meeting with them on October 17th. So at the next time we revisit this, we'll have more detailed information. But yes, you're right. It should be offset.
Okay, so I put to be fixed. Everybody else okay on the library one? Questions? Nope. And we're reading into this that you want to keep moving. So we have to get to the whole new budget item on page 67. This is the facilities program, and this is what the CFO was talking about, where a number of items have been consolidated into a new budget category that recognizes the cost of maintaining our buildings. Mr. Imtaz, did you have anything you wanted to address on this in advance, or should we open the floor?
Mr. Chair, no. Pretty straightforward.
Questions from the floor? Councillor Holland.
Thank you. Contracted services, what are we contracting there?
Repairs.
Through the chair to yeah. Through the chair to Councillor Holland, that would be anytime there's a need of maintenance, we need to replace a window that gets broken, we need to fix the air conditioning. Anything to do with facilities that needs contracting.
Understood. Thank you.
So it's kind of like the repairs, because our facilities person is not necessarily able to do every job themselves. We're on 67. Councillor Mins. Councillor Capitan.
I'm just, for the record, because I can't remember, how many buildings does the county own?
33.
30, it's under 40, right? But in there. So if you really put in perspective, like $10,000 a year to maintain a building,
Director.
just,
Just to clarify, there's approximately 43,
43.
including the sand salt building, the truck fill stations.
Right.
So
yeah.
Sorry,
So
I was
yeah,
just guessing.
I'm saying this seems very reasonable for the amount of buildings that we as a county maintain, and obviously the distance between them.
And I think one of the things is some of these items are just showing up in this new category to put sunshine on what we actually have to spend to maintain the physical infrastructure we're trusted with. Seo, any comments? Okay, let's move on to the capital budget, everybody's most favorite of favorite things. Administration, do you have any leading comments you want to start with on this? This is pages 68 and 69 in the summary, and then we'll get into it on page 70 on the individual items.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out that the capital budget starts with the projects from last year that we were not, whether we were not able to complete them or we didn't get to them. Those will be the carry forward projects, and then everything else following is the new projects that we are proposing, with the exception of a couple that are being brought back, such as the Cape Ceiling and the LPAC Bridge.
Shall we go through them individually, starting on page 70? That's probably the easier place. The Fire Fleet Capital Plan. I just wasn't clear, Chief. So under the first part from my question, 2025 purchase of a fast attack engine. Then we talk about replacing this light rescue 7-1, which is a 93, with a used F550. I assume that's not a 1995, just because the numbers changed. So it's,
So the,
we're
Mr.
not
Chair,
spending 300 grand to go 2 years new.
so there's two different units being referenced there. So
Oh.
the 375 for the light rescue is replacing Rescue 71, which is the rescue truck located in the Rochester Fire District.
Okay.
The truck, we're looking to replace that with a new combination light rescue. So it's built on a 550 chassis, but it has wildfire capabilities, so it can do fire suppression. Rochester also has what's called Rapid 71, which is an older apparatus which has a deck on it. As part of the fleet replacement plan, Public Works is looking at replacing their old 550s, and rather than sending off a perfectly good chassis to auction, we would be relocating a chassis from Public Works into the fire fleet to relife that Rapid truck as well. So we're
Thank
looking
you.
at 3 vehicles technically in 2025, with
That-
one coming over from Public Works.
Clarifies my misunderstanding, because the I caught that the numbers were the same, but not the name in front of the number, so. Okay. Other questions? I think I'm really impressed that we have, a plan that looks forward, that we can say to our departments, here's the plan. I know you've said it's fluid and subject to change as things change, but for me to look forward and say, we have a plan, we know when trucks are gonna need to, and we can budget for them and plan for them, is really great. Counselor Hollander Mins? No. Counselor Anderson?
I really appreciate that admin, Chief Shaw, I took the time to also break down when the costs would be expended. So, the fact that we have to put 10% down when we're ordering a vehicle and that's going to be in a different year than the rest of the purchase. I appreciate that that's been factored in and that we can plan that much in advance.
Okay, I think is there any objection to that capital item? Counselor Wallach, the floor is yours.
I just have a question. Is that, are these purchases coming out of the reserves that we've been allocating?
Through the chair, Councillor Wallach, that is correct. These would be coming out of the reserve that we've been putting away, the 450 and potentially 500,000.
So now we get to reap the benefits of the savings. Are there any further questions on the capital request for the fire fleet? It's really positive. Training grounds improvement, vehicle extrication pad. This is $20,000. Any questions on that, or are we okay to? That's pretty clearly explained, so seeing no questions. Is there anybody that objects to that going into the capital plan? Okay, looks good. Playgrounds. Any questions on the playground one? This is page 73. Okay, seeing none. Administration can know that this can move ahead to draft number 2 of the budget.
Sorry, I have a question.
Sorry, thank you, Councilor Wallach. Go ahead.
In the playgrounds, the Richmond Park playground, which location is that? 'Cause there's 2.
Through the chair to Councillor Wallach, we'll get back to you. I'm only aware of one there, so.
Thank you.
And they're both on the same quarter section?
No, one's at the hall and one's at Riverside.
This one's on the northeast of 24, 68, 22. I don't have my map book in here, but admin, Director Whaley said she'll get back and confirm all the same. Fish cleaning tables, any question about that issue? That's on page 74. Page 75 is the outhouses. Don't think we want to see anybody going through the fiberglass floor. Absolutely. Question time.
Again, we applied last year for a grant for these, didn't get it. I think that was the NRED, right? So I don't know, is that planned to come forward again for a grant application, or should we just bite the bullet here?
We will be applying for NRED. My understanding is the program has changed, that our grants administrator was in on the Teams call or Zoom call, whatever it was, regarding how it's changed. So whatever it is, we'll be applying.
Thank you.
And these ones, just back on page 68, show they'll come out of general revenues, but if we had grants, then these Royal Fish Pond, page 77. Oh, sorry, are we on, which page are you? Royal Fish Pond?
Yeah, so we just say what we didn't really, we had direction to bring it back here and chat about what we might want to see there. And I'm wondering if they should also have fish cleaning tables. You catch fish there? It's a fish pond. Or is it just called a fish pond?
Well, people fish there.
It's stocked with trout, isn't it?
It would make sense to me to put fish cleaning tables as part of our plan for that.
I read this and my first reaction was, are you kidding?
Exactly.
We asked them to give us some ideas. For me, this is a hard no until we have a bigger strategy about what we want to do there. Well, no, I'm talking about page 76, $150,000 spend. I think we don't have enough information about utilization, use. Is that our number one priority? So we asked for some information about the stuff we took down and replacement, but we have campgrounds all over the place that have buildings that may need upgrades, and I've not seen any information that says the Boyle Fish Pond is the number one place we should spend $150,000 on a new what is it called? A gazebo. And so it's too, like, to me, it's too quick. I think we need to spend the 2025 year talking about what is the plan for our campgrounds across the board. Maybe this money should be better spent on boat launches or on a picnic shelter at one that's more used, or this is council just asked for some ideas, but to me, this is not part of a bigger strategy. It's just an idea. So for me, I can't do it without knowing more about it. Councilor Kaptanik, then Councilor Holm.
So I'm 100% agreements with you. I wasn't being like, oh, let's go put up a fancy gazebo right away. But just because we were speaking about these fish cleaning tables, is that a need through the chair in this location? Because ideally, my brain thinks we're already putting them in somewhere. Sometimes you get a deal if you get a few more. Put them. That's a smaller amount of money to invest there if there's a potential issue with people just leaving fish cuts all over.
I was kind of assuming that if they have something already, and if they needed, I don't know. The admin would have, like, that's why we don't have a plan here. But anyway, I don't want to, like, I've said my bit. Councilor Holm.
I guess I'm a bit confused. I thought when we agreed to tear everything down that we were planning on putting something back, and I didn't think we were taking forever to do that. I thought that would be something we'd be looking at in 2025 so that it wasn't sitting there. I'm pretty sure that's what we had decided, but regardless, this cash that we do have, if we're not dealing with it in 2025, I would like to see it stay there for plans of when it is coming, because if we don't, we're never going to see anything go back. And I like an idea of a fish table because so many people stop there and yeah.
Do they have one though?
No.
Do they have a barrel? Do they have
There's nothing. There's nothing there.
But this is where, like, we're making a decision on the cuff on $150,000.
Well,
Without being part of an integrated rec plan.
That was part of our discussion though, was to bring it back to budget and finance to decide what we were going to do there. We were going to have that conversation. So I believe that we should have it. I like the fact of an open sided gazebo, and I like the fact of a fish table, and I like the fact of garbage, and I like, there's all these other little ideas. And again, this comes back to attraction and retention. People see that we have these types of facilities there, like, that's really cool. So I don't want to just see this disappear. I would like to have more conversation and make sure that we are doing something there.
And I think there's lots you can do. Picnic tables at $5,000 a piece instead of that, right? I think Councilor Anderson had her hand up. So.
Yeah, I don't want to see this item get forgotten, but I also don't want to do something without thoroughly thinking through how we can utilize that area to best serve the residents that want to use it. So kind of looking at a more complete plan rather than just put something here and put something there and then it doesn't actually line up or work. And also keeping in mind that there's a lot of people that just pull in there as a rest stop and a rest area as well, and that garbage and waste management is a big issue. There's outhouses there as well that need to be taken into consideration, and the maintenance and cleaning and all that of those items as well. And so I'd like to see money set aside for that project, but I want to see a more thorough recommendation for it as to what could go back there and the prices of each item and kind of how that would fit together, rather than just one big chunk of money and throw it there and without thoroughly thinking it through.
Councilor Wallach.
Yeah, I would be opposed to putting a structure there, just echoing Councilor Anderson's comments about the rest stop area and the issues that we had there previously with garbage and whatnot. So I would like to see this come back maybe for 2026 and look at next year making a complete plan for stuff like this.
Is there, is deferring a decision on this to 2026 acceptable to the majority of council? Councillor Henderson, do I speak to that first?
Maybe budgeting some information for community engagement and maybe like a contractor, or a consultant to do a plan for it this year, but not actually constructing it till next year.
CAO?
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what I was, based on the discussion, was maybe we could change this budget to reflect just some consultant costs to bring back, develop a few different concepts with ballpark costs and if council wants some engagement on the options and the pros and cons of each option.
Is
And
that,
with a focus on maybe trying to budget for a preferred option for 26.
is that acceptable to the majority of council? Councillor Holland, even, you're good? Okay. That's a good compromise, folks. FCSS, does anybody have questions about the proposals at FCSS? CAO, I understand this is more than just fixing the button. It's about it's about modifying the entrance to preserve, to make sure the safety of the team in there is preserved. Councillor Mins?
It's worth $60,000.
It's more than a button.
No, it's.
We might have to rework the whole welcome desk and the door and everything to try to make it a bit safer. So we've had some near misses with people being able to walk in off the street and
Particularly out of the RCMP station.
correct, and assaulting staff. So it seems like a lot, but yeah, we're running with that estimate today.
Okay, yeah, well, with that understanding, okay.
Safety for.
But when you, what is that? A button
It's
on
not a button, Mr. Chairman. Although a button might be part of it, it's more than a button.
Okay. Are there any objections to leaving that in the capital budget? That one stays. Salt storage containment. Any questions on that? It doesn't really look like a lot to. It's pretty clear. Okay, no questions on the salt. We're good with that one staying in. Budget change, BCA maintenance, that is the building condition assessment. And this is the $500,000 that we spoke about just a few short minutes ago. At 43 buildings, Councilor Capitana pointed out it's about $11,000 a building or something. We're all good? Councilor Mins?
So that, I guess. This is a building condition assessment. It's just to come up with a plan of what we're supposed to do. This is the work.
This is actually to do the work coming out of the building condition assessment.
Okay.
So this is going to be an annual contribution of at least 500,000 towards facilities. So what we'd actually like to come back when we bring the reserve policy back to council is anything that's not spent in a year. We're going to continue budgeting, but it goes into a reserve for future facilities or public workshop or something to that effect.
Music to my ears. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, if we're okay with that, I'm gonna move us to page 79, then goes to 80, triaxle tilt deck. This is a pretty small item. Are there any questions about something like this being added to the fleet? Nope. Everybody's happy. It's old and needs replacement. This is a laser level for the excavator. Any questions? Again, we're talking about $9,000. I'm surprised that meets the requirement of the capital budget, to be honest. Purchase of a tractor for the large mowing program. I thought this was crazy until I read that it would pay for itself in a relatively short period of time. And then I thought it was a great idea. I assume we have a tendering policy that this has to go through in some way through either Canoe or it's not a direct buy.
Mr. Chairman, we have to follow the policy. Yep.
Okay. Questions? Councilor Mins is smiling. Councilor Anderson?
Is this including the mower? Sorry, or do we already own the mowers that?
Through the chair to Councillor Anderson, we already own the mower. We just need something to pull it with.
Thank you.
Tractors are quite expensive. Any questions on the enclosed tandem axle tool crib on page 83? Counselor Mins.
I don't have a problem with buying the trailer and for the tool crib and everything. What I'm wondering about to administration is okay, we're gonna put all of our tools inside there, and how are we gonna secure it on location? Is it gonna come back and forth with us, or is it gonna be secured on location somehow? Cause that's just
Are you asking, will it just make it easier to steal the tools in one trip?
just leave it open?
Through the chair to Councillor Mins. Excuse me, the current situation, they're filling their individual trucks up and then going to site, and then they come back and they have to unload everything. While we hope that security in the yard is as secure as humanly possible, it just means they're enclosed, you're hauling the trailer back. You're not losing that time of reloading trucks and unloading trucks at the beginning and end of each day.
Oh,
So it will be dedicated to their stuff or traveling to their projects and then located in the yard each evening.
So it will not get left in there.
perfect, because there's lots of these trailers that get removed from pipeline projects and different things like that. Very simple. So, hey, perfect. Thank you.
So we're all okay with that going in? Lots of nodded heads have been. Okay, zero turn mower, page 84. Comments? Yeah, I bet you, I'll give it him $1. Guess what I'm gonna say.
I say get them two. Get them two. At that price, we get a discount from down here.
All right, well, if we're gonna hire the crew to do the mowing, it's pretty hard to not. Yeah, I mean, I'm still a no, because I just think we shouldn't be doing this mowing, and I think we haven't had a good enough discussion about it, but is there any, I assume that the majority of council is willing to say, add it in and let's go. Okay, then that's where we head. Joe. Sorry, Councilor Girl.
You're concerned about 15,000 from zero turn more for cemeteries, but you have no problem with a $250,000 tractor for mowing roadsides?
If the roadsides weren't ours, if you asked to buy a tractor to mow Westlock's ditches, I'd have a problem with it too. And what this is doing is asking to buy a mower to mow somebody else's ditch. If we want to mow the cemetery, I'm gonna bury something in my lawn, I'm gonna call it a cemetery, and you can come mow up my grass too.
Raise your hand if you're family buried in this county.
I guess,
That's a mean one.
Sorry.
Some of us didn't, yeah. Some of us just planned to be buried here.
I guess I just have a problem with mowing a road that's gonna be covered with snow in 2 weeks. Like, I don't see,
I think we don't
I
actually.
don't see when we mow from when we get out in the spring until the snow flies, we're still mowing grass. And it's just, and that Department of Highways can't mow the primary highways, and we can mow every back road in the country. It makes no sense.
I think that's worth discussing, but I don't know if this is the moment. We're on a zero turn mower.
Maybe it's not, but spending the $250,000 on a tractor to mow roadside ditches is, yes, it helps us on costs on the other end. So it does. You just don't see it, but it does.
And also, I think really Councillor Gerlich, to help with that idea, though, the level of service review, I think it would be very reasonable for us to expect that the frequency of our roadside mowing would be part of the level of service review. Well, I'm sure the director and the CFO who are here, do you know?
No.
Oh, okay, I thought you were, this is a trick question. Okay. Let's move on to page 84, zero turn mower. I think we've all agreed that if we're gonna hire the employees, we might as well give them a mower to do the grass, because it's hard to do one without the other. Jet A fuel tank on page 85. Comments? I actually wrote down investment in economic development. Councilor Mins.
Is there a business case that shows that we will sell that much Jet A fuel? Before we go and we buy all this stuff, like, do we have an idea how much fuel we're gonna actually sell?
Through the chair to Councillor Mins, I have not seen one. I don't believe one has been done since I have been here. This was a direct request of council as to why we were bringing this back and putting it on the agenda. Because when you wanted avgas, there was also the request for Jet A.
And we know that I think the number of helicopter companies cannot do business out of here without Jet A, or they leave their Jet A here. But I mean, in comparison to spending $80,000 mowing cemeteries, this is one that will actually bring business to the region. Exactly. Anyway,
I like speaking of this.
you want to speak to this one though?
Well,
Counselor Mins still has the floor. I was making fun of the.
oh yeah, no, and I can handle that and everything. I just would hate to see us, you know, like, yeah, for what, 10 cents on the dollar? It's like, I just wonder how much we're actually gonna sell. That's the only thing. And how long does Jet A fuel actually last? Like, are we gonna bring in a whole ton of fuel and then all of a sudden, whoa, I can't sell it now because it's outdated or something like that? That's the only thing that I just wonder about.
Counselor Anderson?
I think on page 51 of our agenda, we're completely fine with the airport, with us having to invest about $160,000 just to operate the airport this year alone. And so I see this 30,000 as just further investment into that service that we provide in our community and keeping that up to date and as accessible to as many people as possible. So I don't really have a problem with the 30,000 when there was no opposition to 160.
I think we got some compromises here. Are we okay? Are we okay moving on and putting that in for now? We're gonna come back and talk about this again, so. Okay.
About that.
Counselor, I'm just actually,
Want to take a break first?
I wonder, why don't we take a 7-minute break? And so council will take a break. We'll reconvene at 2. I have another engagement that I need to travel to be at, so I'm going to depart and Counselor Anderson will take over chairing the remainder of the meeting. I will try to connect via the audio component of Zoom.
We're gonna pass along all our.
Remember that we can tell, we were trying to find cell services.
7 minutes, right?
Yeah, no, I'm.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order at 2:02. Welcome back, Counselor Cromwell. Online. We are on page 86 of the agenda package, which is the budget change request form for Hamlet signage in Wandering River. Counselor Capitania.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you to indulge me for a couple of minutes as I formulate a few thoughts at the same time. I'll start out with saying I'm for Hamlet signs. What I wanted to bring up is at the beginning, when we had come into our council first term, there was a budget that was deficient in the cost of the time to do county entrance signs. And we had stopped that program interimly and then ideally never really reinstated that. And though I think that we should, if we have money for signage, continue doing all of our county entrances first, I would say that Wandering River as a hamlet, in my mind, if we started a hamlet signage program kind of on that same vein where we maybe budgeted to do one a year, I would consider Wandering River an exception because of the volume of traffic and the people that see that community from outside of our county. The reason that I wanted to bring this back to budget, or we agreed to, I think, in my mind, was that I don't think that community raised money should be used for infrastructure that the county is going to be responsible for and maintaining, but also that really should be our job. And so though this group has raised money, if we can agree to start a Hamlet sign program, and the reason I think a program is important is so that they're all the same. I'd like to even see them similar to our county signs, like very complementary, but that each hamlet that's represented has the same sign. I'd like to see them, they've raised this money. There's other things that they can ideally use it for, and that's technically none of my business, be it a community garden, a trail, or a playground. I just feel like I was excited to see that a group got together to do that and brought it to our attention, but I also want to see it continue and be uniform and have all hamlets ideally get the same treatment. Now, agreeing that that can't all be done in 1 year, just like the signs to our county that we had like kind of a priority list done based on traffic counts. I'm not sure that that would be the same metrics we would use, but something like it. Rochester, like off the highway coming before you go into Rochester, obviously sees a lot of traffic drive by. I'm not sure how close you would want to put a sign to Rochester, for example, Councilor Gerlach, but I mean, I would put it as close to the highway as I could because you want to bring people into your community. So I would speak for this with the idea that a plan would be put in place where this budget line would be instated for hamlets through the next, how many years until they're all done? I would like to add back a county sign if we can afford it once a year. And I would like to see that, again, a design concept be brought to council, a few maybe, where they are complementary. That is, and I don't want to put it off too long either. I don't know how much that is asking, but I do want to congratulate the group that put this together and let them see some fruits of their labor as soon as possible. Even if it's putting posts in or letting them know where the location's been decided. It's just, encouraging to see people get together and do that. That's what I want to say.
Director Whaley.
Through the chair to Councillor Capitaniak, we can absolutely, with council's direction, create a hamlet signage program for you. In regards to your other comment for the county entrance signs, there were 6 budgeted for this year for the metal signs. So we have designs that are in development right now to bring back for approval. They're going to, what we've asked for them to do is mimic the foam core hard signs, but on metal signs. So those will be brought back to a committee of the whole before the end of this year for purchase this year and installation next year. And then a foam core sign is going to be put into the budget for the other 3 remaining major locations for entrances and exits to the county.
And which year will those be put into the budget? Sorry, Director?
The foam core ones will be for the 26, 27, 28, depending on pricing. But I don't have updated pricing, so we could not include it at this time.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Holland and then Counselor Mintz. Oh, and then I'll get to Counselor Wallach and Cromwell.
I'll be quick. Thank you for your words. I appreciate what you're saying, and I totally agree with the Hamlet sign program. I would even expand it to our major subdivisions as well. So I would like to see that be a consideration for the subdivisions. And part of the Hamlet beautification is signage, but I think we need to expand it, the beautification as well to our Hamlet. So I wholeheartedly support that. I don't know how quickly we can move though. Like when you mentioned Wandering River, are you looking for county to cover the cost of that and have it done like in 2025 right away?
Through the chair, absolutely. And the reason mainly that I would like the county to take control of it is so that all the signs could be uniform. You know, it'd be easy to say, go put up a sign, we'll just reimburse you, but then we are ideally going to have mismatchy signs, and that wouldn't be something that I would support.
I agree. I think they all should be the same as well and uniform. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
Counselor Mintz.
I'm in total agreement of what Counselor Capitanic is saying. What I'm wondering though is there's new signs coming in, or there's Hamlet signs coming into Grassland. And who put those signs up? The Grassland signs.
Somebody else.
Yeah, and do we want, so are we gonna get looked at to say, okay, well, no, you have to reimburse us for our signs because we're gonna be start putting them up everywhere? That's just one question. Yeah, the other one would be if we're gonna put metal signs coming into Athabasca County on our roadways, do we do them at our hamlets? Metal signs will last a lot longer than anything. So the sign that maybe Wandering River is looking for, I don't know what they're looking for, if they're looking for foam core or whatever, but are we gonna go with the metal signs? There's a lot of discussion on that, right? And again, with my years of working here at Athabasca County, I know it. We've dealt with this before regarding Wandering River wanting to sign and everything, and tried to help them out and everything, and so they've been after it for a long time. So that's just a few of my thoughts.
Counselor Capitanic, can you please use your microphone?
I was just saying through the chair to clarify, that Councillor Mintz highly recommends the metal signs. And I think that I'm up to design and longevity, so it wouldn't matter to me.
And Counselor Mintz is nodding his head that yes, he does prefer the metal signs. Counselor Wallach.
Excuse me. I'm for this, and I believe in our last strategic whatever planning thing we did, Hamlet revitalization was as one of the priorities. So I'd like to see this come back as a full plan eventually. And you know, driving through Thorhild County, they have signs for Opal and all their little hamlets. Are we looking at signs like that, or are we spending more? Like I just $30,000 for a sign seems to be a lot.
Madam Chair, we would just, we'll have to get back to you about this as Director Wilkinson is not available at this point, so
Okay.
we'll get back to council.
So that budget will be updated for the next draft. Thank you. Counselor Cromwell.
Thank you very much. A few of my points have already been spoken on. Like Grassland, they were able to put up their signs for their community. And no different than the community group here in Wandering River was told, no, the county will not do it. The county will not fund it. If you guys want to go ahead and raise the money. And this community group has for 2 years raised that money out there and designed what I think is a very beautiful sign for the community out here. I would personally speak against a metal sign when, you know, we have some options that are very nice out there. our communities, our hamlets are a big part of who we are. And I do not think that $30,000 for a sign is unreasonable. I think that is a very fair going rate as we have seen. And I applaud them for their efforts, actually. And my vote would be to not just go with a metal sign because we can do it for cheaper, but to support our communities, especially those groups that, like out here, have got done that work over multiple years at the direction of administration.
Thank you. Reeve Hall and then Counselor Grelick.
I also want to say I would applaud the community spirit that goes into raising this. And now I don't know, I don't remember being part of a council that told them not to do it. So I don't know where that's come from or where that happened. But I mean, that hasn't happened that I know about in our time. Community spirit and doing this kind of stuff for me needs to be part of that whole hamlet revitalization plan and part of a development strategy for the hamlets and a branding strategy that's consistent across all the hamlets. What I don't want to see is another sign like Grassland, which doesn't match the county branding. It doesn't, to be quite honest, it's not that impressive. And I recognize somebody put it up, but times change and we modernize signs. So taking it down to modernize it, I don't think is a big deal. It's important that people are able to show pride in their residential areas. And so for me, the metal signs are great on the secondary highways where, people are coming into town. I would support something nicer in the hamlets. I don't know if it's 30,000 a pop or 25 or 20, but that's where I hope admin will come to us with a bit of a plan. And so I'd like to see it deferred and rolled up into an overall hamlet revitalization plan so that all the hamlets get treated equally. And as a colleague has said, roll in some of the subdivisions. And just as a point of context, the entire residential tax assessment in the hamlet of Wandering River is somewhere between $25,000 and $30,000. That's to me still a good spend if that sign is the one that's consistent with all the other hamlets. And I'd be happy to move in favor of that as long as it's part of a bigger plan. So that's why I'd like to defer it till we see the bigger plan.
Thank you. Counselor Grelick.
So here it says that they've raised a significant amount of money and the county is supposed to be putting in 30,000 to go with it. What is the overall cost? What is the total cost?
This was us telling them to keep their money and do something else with it. And we would
This,
pay for it.
oh, the total cost is 30,000?
For what we don't know yet, because now it's not got to be decided.
Administration, could you confirm that the total project cost for the sign was originally estimated at $30,000?
Yeah, and we're only going on what the community group proposed. It's our understanding that they raised that amount of money and proposed to spend it on the sign. I don't think we went away and reconfirmed the budget for the sign. We were just using the estimate that they had provided to us.
But the county is then.
Counselor
going
Grelick,
to-
could you sit a little closer to your
Yes, I
microphone?
can.
Thank
I
you.
can do that. The county is prepared to spend the 30,000 in this budget. And they will keep their 30,000. Is that? Or what's
Well,
what's
that's
the deal?
the budget changes here for discussion as council asked for and council will have to debate that.
I don't know, a $30,000 sign blows my mind because if you can't drive it or bale hay with it or something, that seems like an awful lot of money. $30,000. I don't care what it is, it's gold plated.
I'm just saying, if Councilor Mims was saying.
I mean, that's
Still ones are way too.
I mean, I feel like Oprah, you get a $30,000 sign and you get a $30,000 sign. We're not Oprah.
Okay. So, Counselor Kapitanic.
I'm gonna guess based on what we know from the signage for the big foam core signs, those were like 30 grand-ish in there. And I don't know what the metal signs are, but they're obviously more economical. So I don't like, but Wandering River, Collington, maybe there might be hamlets that need 2 signs based on their location. Caslan, I don't know, in and out, maybe just one. But the point is, so it could still be more. Like I would assume Wandering River, you want one on both sides. Like coming and going, right? Well, I guess it depends where you're putting it, but yeah. I'm just throwing it out there. Like a hamlet may require more than one sign too.
I think administration has already agreed to take our feedback and come back with a little bit more detail about what's being proposed and more of a long-term strategy on how it would be countywide and not just one individual instance. I think there's quite a bit of support.
Just for a little more feedback, we'll take the 30 grand. You can keep the sign.
Oh, that's farther.
Okay, let's move on. Page 87 of our agenda package, which is the community transportation passenger van replacement with an SUV. Does anybody wish to address this? Councillor Holland.
Thank you. I'm assuming that our partners also have to be involved in this decision. So something maybe we leave for the 10th, for the October 10th meeting. And we come back to this one.
Councillor Mintz.
Being you're on the committee there, Councillor Holland, through the chair, is that what the committee's looking for? Or?
This is all news to us.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this item has not been discussed by the committee yet, and it will be at the upcoming October 10th committee meeting.
I'm hoping. I haven't seen an agenda for it. However, I mean, there is definite discussion on the life of these units that we do have. So there is a definite concern for that. But with regards to this particular, this is new.
Reeve Hall, did you have your hand up?
I think it's out, but it's hard to tell too. I think this is a great idea
Paul,
because number one, it makes things more efficient, and if the committee supports it. But are you?
Reeve Hall, your reception is poor, so we're gonna go to Councillor Mintz.
I will
Reeve Hall is muted. Okay. So I think we can expect to see an update about this item after the committee meeting, and we have already asked earlier in our meeting for administration to bring us back some more information about reserve for community transportation capital replacements. So let's move on to page 88 of our agenda package, which is a tandem plow fifth wheel combo. This is a replacement. The unit doubles as a tractor in the summer. Is there any comment or opposition to this? Councillor Mintz.
Just an ask to administration. Is this gonna have a wing on it or just a front plow?
Director Whaley, do you have an answer for that?
Through the chair to Councillor Mintz, I believe that's the next one, not the first one.
Not the first one?
Yeah, the one with the fifth wheel, I don't believe will have the wing. The tandem water sand will have the wing.
Okay. Perfect.
Does that work?
It will.
Answer your
I know it's on the safety factor of running shoulders and that, it is nice to have a wing. So if it was just a little bit more expensive, if the thought was there to throw a wing on it, I would have no problem with that, just on the safety end.
Okay. No opposition to spending $590,000 this year on this unit? Seeing none, let's move on to page 89 of your agenda package. $620,000 for a tandem plow water truck combo. This one, we've said, comes with a wing. Director?
And just to clarify, Madam Chair and members of council, this is not a grader replacement year. This is the year we replace heavy trucks instead of replacing graders, as everything is still on warranty and fine for the graders. So in the general rotation of things, this is a truck year.
So this is our $2 million worth of graders from last year going towards other equipment.
Yes, ma'am.
Wonderful. Councillor Mintz.
The other question would be, is it stainless steel Sanders or?
Through the chair to Councillor Minns, as soon as I see the specs on what we're going to put out for an RFP to be tendered on, I will let you know.
Perfect, thank you.
Wonderful. Any further comment? Seeing none, we'll move on to page 90 of your agenda package, which is the Collington Bridge replacement. Councillor Kaptaniak, I don't think that smile could get any bigger.
I don't have anything else to add. It needs to be replaced and I'm very happy to see it being proposed. Thank you.
Administration, this is coming out of our reserves, correct? We're not financing it any other way.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Any further questions? Reeve Hall.
So I'm gonna tell you all that on this particular one, in my mind, can support doing this. I know I've spoken against the Collington Bridge coming strictly out of cash regularly, and I still think that, I mean, it would be far better off if we could fund this through STIP funding because of the way the leveraging of those funds work. But I'm going to share that where I've come around on this a little bit is a number of years ago, for every year of our term, we've been able to put some money into surplus, into reserves, because we've been careful about budgeting, we've been planning for the future, and we've been doing those wise, careful, long-term things. And one of the things we did was we cut the loss of $600,000 a year on water. So for me, when I was looking at it, and I, found an old note, I was reminded how much we sort of saved. To me, this is the compromise. We've stopped losing that money on our water rates, and the trade-off is we now have it, and we should reinvest it in something like this. So for me, I'm gonna, when the time comes, vote in favor of this, and you're gonna all probably fall off your chair and say, well, that's really inconsistent, O'Brien. That's why. And sometimes we've tried and it's just time to do it. Let's just get it done and move on. It's still not the, best leveraging, but there is a point where it's time to get something done and we can't keep deferring this one. And because we made those other sacrifices, I think it's a trade. Anyway, that's how I've connected the dots. Thanks.
And can administration please confirm, we have applied for this bridge to under STIP funding twice and been denied, correct?
Absolutely
The
correct,
government
Madam
of
Chair.
Alberta, we've tried. Councillor Holland.
Thanks very much. We also have passed along the message to the public with regards to the time frame that we can work on this particular bridge, and that seems to have changed. So it used to be like middle of July or something to beginning of September, 9-week frame. The time frame is all we had due to environmental. That has now changed, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, because originally the full removal was going to be to shore up the sides and we never knew when it was going to be replaced, we have moved this to stabilization. Bridge should be removed, tenders out now. Bridge should be removed after that, just removed to the point where it's everything's stable, but you cannot no longer cross it. There's nothing to cross. The bridge to replace would have to fall into the wrap period that was originally proposed.
Okay, so that's why it's going to take just over the 2-year period from 2025 and then 2026.
2026 would include the warranty period as well.
Okay, thank you. And one more question, if I may.
Yes.
The cost here is 2.25 mil. We have, is that including what we have put towards it already in engineering, et cetera?
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, yes, I don't have a total amount of straight replace the bridge. That included the amount of engineering. Engineering is already done, so this is an over ask at the moment because I am waiting on a final number for actual just replacement.
Okay, so just for clarity, this number is going to probably come down.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
For our next committee of the whole meeting, would it be possible to include a refresher kind of breakdown of the Collington Bridge project, kind of what was required for engineering, what was required for removal, construction, just so that it's clearly laid out for us? I would appreciate that. I think it's kind of been pieced together in our information to date, so. Are there any further comments about the Collington Bridge replacement on page 90 of your agenda package? Seeing none. Move on to page 91, which is shoulder poles. Administration. You wanna
Thank
address
you,
this item?
Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. This again is being capitalized as per the fact that it increases the life of the asset. So it is a direct removal of the 420,000 that was spent in 2024 and moved into capital for 2025. So it starts to show in your audited financials and things, how your assets have been upgraded. The justification for all of the maps is so that you can see that there is a bit of a plan so that we're not here, there and everywhere. The plan is at the for next year to start in the north and head towards the south.
Will we be seeing a list of locations?
They're in the maps provided.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't list them, it's just the maps. My apologies. We can do an Excel sheet to go with it for the next one.
Counselor Mins, sorry, did you have your hand up?
Just wondering, starting from the north and going south. So by the time you get down in the south, it's 3 years later, right? That's the planned timeline?
Through the chair to Councillor Mins, yes, based on how they were ranked by the operators and maintenance, we have some major deficiencies that require shoulder pulls in Division 7 and 6 in the next 12 months. And then going forward, it was just brought down. We've just completed a lot in Division 1 and Division 4, so.
Yeah, because I noticed that there's actually a couple that are completed in Division 8, so, and they're still on the map.
Did
So,
we miss some on the mapping?
yeah, there's the one on 231. 1 mile there on 231, and then Township Roads 662, that mile there, and then and 232, the 2 miles there. That was completed this fall.
My apologies, we were updating last year's maps and we may have left stuff on for the GIS, so
okay.
I'll correct that. I apologize.
And the only one I have a question on is in Division 6, up there by Mountain Creek. It looks like they've got about a mile of shoulder pull there that actually, like, the road's already like 6.5, 7 meters wide, and it needs a rebuild. I don't know why that one would actually be down for a shoulder pull. It'd be if one was looking at shoulder pulling, it'd be a very light pull.
Okay.
I'd be a little leery on that one. I'm just another question that I have here is, are we doing any construction? No, like I mean heavy equipment construction.
Director?
Through the chair to Councillor Mins. The focus proposed by administration this year is the shoulder pulls and the bridge maintenance to bring those up. When it comes to construction, we have some prioritized to start implementing into a 5-year plan. When speaking to the construction foreman, he did not feel any of them were mandatory for next year.
Okay, because I know that's you know, we don't look through divisional budgeting anymore. We don't look at divisions and stuff like that per se, but I don't think there's a counselor in this room that doesn't want something to happen in their division as they're going through, right? And to say we're going to do 1/3 of the county 1 year and then 1/3 of the county the next year and 1/3 of the county the year after that, that's not, like, as a counselor, that's not productive to me. That's shoulder pulls to myself are not much of a mobilization. You got a packer, grader's got tires. You got a packer that you haul with the truck and in a water truck that's got tires. So I would be in favor of trying to catch a mile or if we're projecting 14 miles, trying to at least catch a mile per division each year, just due to the fact that then you're spreading it around. It's like doing all brushing in one division and that. We tried to, way back when, with the mowing program, we tried to do the county a third. And council got taken to task for that because the people that were 3 years later weren't happy because they wanted their roads to look exactly like the other people's roads, right? So that's why it's all went to full right-of-way mowing every year. And that's my only grief with the shoulder poles is I'd like to see at least a mile per division. And then if there's a couple miles, what scares me is all of a sudden we get up in Division 6 and oh man, well, being we're there, well, we may as well do this one too, because we're here. And then all of a sudden that pulls back even more, It to me, it's just a schedule. So my suggestion would be at least do a mile per division and some divisions get 2 or 3 1 year.
Okay, Reeve Hall?
I guess 2 questions. One, can you help us understand how these roads were selected? Because like, how do we prioritize them? That's a big piece for me. And secondly, because I looked a little more closely at the Division 4 map, Township Road 642 west off of Highway 2 Lee Heights Road is scheduled for a shoulder pull. Why is Athabasca County paying for that when that road was destroyed by the drilling rig companies that were drilling in there for the last 2 years? Like, I don't understand why our taxpayers should pay to clean up what those guys wrecked.
Director?
Through the chair to Reeve Hall, the selection process was done based on the amount of maintenance that certain roads are requiring and the number of times that our operators have to be out there fixing them. So it was, the major problem areas were ranked by each operator and then looked over by the maintenance foreman, manager, and myself.
Okay, so that, which is fair, and I would agree the road that one of the ones that's picked is, the grader's been on that a lot. But the point, like, what's the purpose of a road use agreement if we don't hold the guys that wrecked the road to task? Like, why isn't the Tamarack and Ing paying for the road reconstruction versus us?
Through the chair to Reeve Hall, I'd have to check on the specific agreements for those roads, but in many cases, they are actually funding the repairs as they do it. This would be not necessarily caused in one instance of them hauling on the road and them fixing that one time. Roads in their nature have a tendency to squish out. So this isn't an instantaneous thing that has happened, I don't believe, on any of these roads. So
Okay.
Okay.
I don't, thank you.
Councillor Cromwell?
Thank you very much. I normally don't disagree with Councillor Mims, but I think today is going to be one of those days that I do. It would be, I see it much more efficient to go area by area. If we're bringing equipment, we're bringing resources. And you have to remember that some areas there have been, not done first for quite a while and are in dire need. It would be great to see things being done. I fully support how it's proposed and I applaud administration for that.
Councillor Holland?
Thank you. I actually totally agree with Councillor Mins. And I've actually received phone calls on this. People are understanding that we don't have divisional budgets now, and they don't like it. They're mentioning, well, we don't vote for the councillor in division such and such. We vote for you. And so it is a concern, definitely is a concern. People are saying, look, if one division is getting more than another division, it's noticed, and then accusations start and all of those things. It just starts getting ugly. And I know since we started, we knew we didn't have divisional budgets, but we had everybody's division had something going on. So I'm in full agreement with what you have mentioned as well, that we have to be careful how we handle this. And I think that, yes, every division requires attention for sure.
Counselor Gerlich.
I'm feeling uncomfortable because I'm not agreeing with anybody anymore. I don't know what has to happen, but I know that fiber mat going through Prairieville's got to be removed this year. I hope that's on the. Cause I'm gonna take a pick and a shovel and start on it myself.
I'll help you.
It's gotta get removed.
Can you sit a little closer to your microphone, please?
Yes, I
Thank you.
can, especially if somebody's listening.
Don't worry, Joe, I'm listening.
I would tend to disagree with Counselor Mins, just because I think that we should take a more holistic approach to the county. And I actually don't like the fact that the maps only show the shoulder pulls. I would have liked a set of maps that show the shoulder pulls, the different bridge projects, the hard surfacing recommendations, so we could look at it as more of a complete picture, not just which ones are getting shoulder pulls, but the fact that there's more than just shoulder pulls happening in this county, and that money's being invested in different places, not just in one specific way. So for that purpose, I would look at, okay, if the shoulder pulls need to start in Division 6 and 7, where are the bridge projects and where are the hard surfacing being proposed? And take a look at it and go, okay, well, when we look at all of these things, really the plan is quite, it makes a lot more sense. And so for that reason, I'm fine with this. Councilor Kapitaniuk.
I am completely down the middle, so I agree, and I just am good. I look at this and kind of liken it to what we've done to change, giving operators more control over where they see a need to voice and have work done. And so I'm in agreement that that can be spread out. But I'm also in agreement that if the operators see it all needing in one area, that I trust them on that just as much as if they say it needs to be spread out. And that by extension then to Director Whaley. So kind of no opinion, but trust that the work will get done in the time that it says it's getting done, because if it's not, then they will be held to accountable, right? So
for this draft of the budget, are we all okay with the proposed budget amounts being included in the budget? 420 for the 2025 year, 450 for the 2026 year, 485 for the 2027 year. And then the director can look at the locations, and if some of them have been completed and there needs to be some updates, that can come back, but we're all okay with that? Great. Let's move on to page 101 of our agenda package, which is the grassland truck fill valve.
yeah.
$32,000 for a valve. Oh. Counselor Gerlich would like to be on the record saying that signs are cheaper than the water valve. Does anybody have any issues with this one being included? Seeing none, let's move on to page 102. Grassland School water line valve for $20,000. Something that needs to be done. No opposition. Moving on to page 103 of the agenda package, Collington Lagoon release manhole for $30,000. Any questions, opposition, that one being included? Seeing none, move on to page 104 of the agenda package, which is Rochester lift station upgrades for $50,000. Planning of a 3-stage upgrade. All stages will be completed in 1 year, Director, or 3 stages, 3 years?
Madam Chair, I believe all stages will be completed this year, but in segmentation. And then if something is pointed out during the building condition assessment when we get that report back. These are based on what we can see now. But if the building condition assessment by and large says bulldoze and rebuild, then that obviously would change. So
Thank you. Counselor Mintz.
Is the clogs and stuff that are going on with the system, is that due to what is going into the system or just because the pumps are bad? I know the town of Athabasca had trouble with a lot of this and people were putting down stuff that they shouldn't have been. And so is that what's going on?
through the chair to Councillor Mintz, for very specifics on this one, I would have to get back to you, but I'm happy to do so.
Yeah, because they did an information campaign. The town of Athabasca met with their people and their constituents or homeowners or whatever you want to call them and talk to them about what was going down the lines, right? And that, so, yeah, that's just what I'm wondering is what's going down there. I know we give a pretty good break to sewer costs in Rochester, so hopefully they're not dumping stuff down there that shouldn't be.
Are you suggesting that those rates may need to be adjusted if maintenance is due to user issues?
Well, it costs, okay, if we want to call a spade, we charge a certain percentage for water and certain of that percentage goes to sewer. And we've given Rochester a break on their sewer because they don't have water. But it still costs money to run sewer. It's not, there's no break there. It still costs us money, so that could be looked at too, so.
As far as this year's budget, you're not opposed to the 50,000 though? These repairs just need to be.
No, we need to repair
Okay.
it. We gotta repair it.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Seeing none, let's move on to page 105 of your agenda package, which is the lift station fencing. Any questions about including this in our budget for this year? Counselor Mintz.
The lift station, where is that in Grassland? Is that by the Ramada?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, so that's fairly new, that lift station, right?
I can't speak to the age off the top of my head. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. That one's good. Let's move on to page 106 of your agenda package, which is truck fill upgrades. Any questions about this one? Counselor Mintz.
That's just for the potable water truck fills, or is this for the agricultural ones too?
This is for all truck fills.
The egg ones too, eh?
So this is potable and
Non,
agriculture.
by way of explanation, we have chronically got people running out because people put coins from Disneyland or, tokens from somewhere else in, and it breaks the machines. And inevitably, this is happening at the furthest distance from our office, which is the Wandering River truck fill. And it affects people's ability to get water, and we cannot get staff up there fast enough to keep them served. And so this would increase the level of service to something that it should be at.
And the one at Wandering River you're talking about is actual potable water truck fill. So, yeah, that shuts down a big part of our. Yeah, no, it's important to do it that way.
Thank you. Counselor Holland.
Could you put your microphone on, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had hit it. I apologize. By adding prepay and credit card to all stations, we don't have to then worry about any kind of service requirements for Wi-Fi, that kind of thing. We don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff.
Through the chair to Councillor Holland, it's my understanding this can be handled by Cell Booster.
Okay.
So it works on a cellular network as well.
Okay, so in Collinton is a perfect example in the valley there. Yeah,
You got a good booster.
Sorry, Counselor Capitania, can you use your microphone?
We have a fairly decent booster at the community hall, and you can get 2 to 3 bars service in the parking lot, generally on the front side of the building.
Okay.
So just, I don't know what that booster is called or how big and massive it is, but I would say it is possible because we've seen it at the hall.
Okay,
Yeah, and that's probably from where it is set up on the building, it's probably a good 30 feet. You've got good 2, 3 bars around it.
so I guess for me in some of the ag areas as well, I would want to test the system before I committed for sure.
Yes,
Director?
through the chair to Councillor Holland, absolutely, that would be part of it, so.
Okay. So we're gonna include $85,000. And that's just a 1-year project. Everything will get done. Wonderful. CAO Beck, do we need motions for item 3.1 or 3.2? For the budget presentation and the draft operating and capital budgets, did we need motions for those as we
No.
go through today?
No, we've got direction.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Let's move on to item 3.3, which is the hard surfacing. Director Whaley, did you want to address this item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Council had originally made a resolution to have roads assessed based on your policy 3243, which has many good aspects to it, but in other regards, it lacks the ability to base things on anything other than residential development. And in turn, that can leave out economic development. So we have 202 kilometers of paved or hard surfaced roads. We were not able to do the Cape Sealing this year as council's decision once we went to the 2 companies that we were going to reach out to for whether they were available. They were not available in this calendar year. So we'd had to run it over to next year. So you're doing your Cape Sealing, provided you approve it in budget this year, in the 2025 year. And moving forward, there are other municipalities, and I believe CAO Beck has expressed this to you before, that do the cap sealing on gravel and create hard surfaces, and you can get much more done than just straight paving. So the other thing that has not really been addressed extensively, started to this year, is the crack sealing, the patching, overlays of seal coat or fog coat on currently paved stuff. So we're looking to build you a maintenance program, and therefore we have ideas of what you could approve and what needs to be looked at, but there is no definitive recommendations on which road in which order at this point.
Okay. Counselor Cromwell.
Thank you very much. That cap sealing is a phenomenal option to use on some of our roads and much more budget friendly. I think we need a little bit more time to go through and think about this one here. You all know what my vote is on for pavement this year, and I think if we look at cape sealing or chip sealing rather, some of these other roads, we can get a lot of projects done here. Well, the time is right and the price is right. So I would very much like us to go ahead with paving on number 5 and get some cap sealing done on at least 2 other roads this year. And then as we move forward into next budget, have it set up that we continue and get these projects done. I think we have an incredible opportunity here to really do something that will positively affect ratepayers in multiple locations, and it's the time that we do it.
Counselor Holland.
Thanks for that. I guess some of these projects have been on the books for over decades, right? Like a long time. And, you know, the price just continues to go up, 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 up and up. So when I look at the priority list, and I totally understand what you're saying with regards to how the criteria comes out. Some of these projects though are pretty much in line with what they were 15, 20 years ago. They're still in that same priority sequence. I like, for example, Tower Road is a perfect example of being at priority 2. The amount of traffic that's on that road, it's pretty much like a subdivision, because all the subdivisions use that as an arterial road out there. It used to be a couple of years back, from my understanding, there was like a non-corrosive type dust control that was placed there that satisfied a lot of people. Now, are you familiar with that? Well, it satisfied a lot of residents. So you can weigh in, because of course, right? So, and this is just it. This is the question that I have. Is this something else that we're looking at, or is that a hard no? But I am all wholeheartedly, of course, in agreement that Tower Road needs to be handled. It is a rough road at the majority of times. I don't know what the answer is, but we do need to move forward for sure. And I kind of like the priority list.
I will say, I very much expected to see more of a chart format with the rankings for more roads.
That's
This-
coming, ma'am. We just haven't completed it yet.
Okay. Counselor Wallach.
Yeah, I guess that was one of my questions too. I do like the priority, like kind of how it's laid out. I think we do need to keep it in the budget, and once administration can come up with a plan, then we can vote. Honestly, from our last delegation about the Plamondon connector, it sounds like a lot of people are going around the safety inspection on the highway. So I would be opposed to like paving that to encourage people to go through the safety stations and put up a local traffic only sign on that road.
Counselor Cromwell, you have your hand up.
Thank you very much. Well, 2 points on that. You know, this ranking is based on, as we've heard, really a policy that does not conform adequately or correctly to what we need. And, you know, secondly, I don't think we can, you know, say here, we're hearing that people are bypassing this road, so we're not going to do it because of that. That requires a lot more information. And I would like to hold off on this one, pending some more information about, you know, chip sealing cost here. Sorry, you know, my words aren't right now. And bring this back up at the October 22 meeting.
Counselor Mids.
I just want to remind all the council, the councils of the past, and we're dealing with it still. Councillor Gerlach brought it up today, the fiber mat that was laid down there. If council, they had some like 15 miles they wanted to do in that fiber mat without doing any experimental type to see if it's actually going to work. So I think we need to really caution ourselves to before we put all of our ducks in one basket, make sure that with the basket that we're putting them in is going to work, because I'd hate to go out and do 15, 20 miles of road and then here we are again, we're tearing it up. I think the soil cement application in some places, it will probably work. Many years ago, transportation did it with on secondary roads, with the understanding that we came around behind it a few years later. A13 is a exact yeah, we did soil cement on that, and then we came back and we repaved it. So it's and did 2 lifts on top, but so to my thoughts on it is we need to do you know, few test sections and see how it works out.
Okay.
Before we do a complete whole list of them.
Counselor Chamzik. Please
With
stop.
that.
Not Counselor Mintz. Thank you.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
I agree with that, Counselor Mins. I think that, doing some test sections, and I'm looking forward to seeing this come back. I mean, there's a lot of consideration and a lot of tax dollars that go into it, and to jump into something. And like you said, in the past, some projects have worked great, some have not worked out well, and I'm looking forward to it coming back. That's all.
Reeve Hall.
Hello. So administration has asked for feedback regarding the policy and potential hard surfacing. And I want to submit to you that we are well past too late in this year to start revisiting this policy. If we don't like the policy, then let's get it done. And right now we have a policy in place. We have asked for a list of priorities. I don't understand why we don't have a list of priorities that match, that are based on this policy, because that's what we've got to work with. And let's get some projects done. We can't lose another year dithering over, do we have it perfect, or somebody doesn't like the policy because it doesn't work for them. We've got to get some hard surfacing done. I agree with not jumping in with both feet on brand new experimental projects, but there are hard surfacing that is tried and true. And I think we can also look to other areas that have similar soil to us to see if some of these things work. So I don't know. I think folks, we got to get a list of priorities. If Plamonic Connector is number 1 on the list, then I want to vote for that. But if it's number 3, then I want to vote to get number 1 and 2 done so we can get to number 3. Like, let's respect the policy and get something done instead of just churning over not getting anything done. We can't lose another year. We just lost the season on the test.
Counselor Capitania.
I look forward to the list.
And I'm gonna just reiterate Councillor Gerlach's point, and I know that's not servicing, but deservicing, fixing mistakes of the past, it is on our lap. And Councillor Gerlach brought up that Perryvale Hill probably in one of the first meetings we had when we were elected, and yet we still have not seen that come on a priority list. So I really would like to see us all take note, as you had spoken before, it is the one way in and out of that community, basically, for Chillimanuk to Rochester. What's that on either side? 20, 25 kilometers. And it's about trucks, it's about farmers, it's about business, it's about everyone. That road is terrible and dangerous and expensive to your vehicles if you drive a little too fast.
Thank you. Counselor Holland.
One thing I always am curious about and may weigh in here, what is the cost difference to maintain hard pack or hard surface paved roads compared to maintaining gravel roads?
Administration.
I don't have a cost to hand, Madam Councillor. I can look up the basic numbers for you. But on average, you'll pay less over time on a paved road as long as you maintain it. Don't just pave stuff and then don't maintain it.
Counselor Mintz.
Those costs, I'm pretty sure are actually in the email that our CAO gave us here, the three breakdown or 3 emails that I'm so looking forward to actually getting into a book form that we can look at, because there's some great information in that whole thing. And it's our road study, and the cost that you're asking for, Councillor Holland, is in there. And that, and I am totally on board with the reef to get some capital projects going. I think the same way. We missed a year. We're not doing construction. We're not doing any heavy construction. We need to do something. We're doing bridges, which is great. Administration is doing great on lots of projects, but I think council needs to move forward on on maybe doing a couple of capital projects here and yeah, let's move on with that.
Counselor Gerlich.
I just have to make a quick point. The roughest road we have in Division 1, I think, is the pavement on 661 coming from Rochester to Highway 2. It's horrible, but that's not our problem, our responsibility. And the second one is in Prairieville with that fiber mat. We could somehow convince the government to pave that little portion of 661 and repave it and get rid of the fiber mat. Don't want any paving or any hard surfacing down there. We're happy.
Just clean up what's there.
Yeah.
Director, do we have an estimate of what it would cost to remove that fiber mat?
Madam Chair, I've just sent an email asking exactly for that.
Okay, thank you. So after this discussion, I think administration is going to bring us back a list to our next committee of the whole or budget meeting. The budget meeting, okay. So we'll see that list at budget. We'll probably also see an estimate for the fiber mat, and then we can decide what we want to include in the budget at that point. Is that okay with everybody here? Counselor Wallach, sorry, I missed you.
That's okay. Yeah, I guess I've changed my mind. It'd be good to see some projects done. And the number one on the list is the gravel haul road, north of Athabasca. And they see tons of traffic on that road, and there's a lot of residents down that road. So I think that would be a great start.
Reeve Hall, did you have your hand up again, or? is this
No, I
just
don't think
individual?
so. I didn't figure out how to put it down.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Schenkelberg, put your hand down for you. So thank you very much. CAO Beck, do you need a motion coming out of this item, or are you just taking the feedback? And wonderful. Thank you very much. We will move on to item 3.4 in our agenda. This was an RFD submitted by Councillor Holland. Councillor Holland, did you want to address this item?
Basically, this just came out of the last request that we discussed, grant request that we discussed from the Athabasca and District Agriplex. And one of the things, of course, that I heard a lot was that they are not treated the same as the other agriplexes within our county because of their location. And that they are not able to take advantage of some of the utility type grants that we offer. And so I thought, well, if there's anything that we can do is we can try and fix that problem. So that's where this originated from. I realize, of course, that this is not in the county. However, it serves the county. And so I think it's really important that we consider it.
Thank you. And did you have an estimated budget of what we would be including for this?
I have not seen the financials from the Agriplex,
Okay.
so I'm really not sure.
Thank you. Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you very much.
Oh, we lost him. Well, we'll give him a couple seconds here to rejoin if he gets to the top of a hill somewhere, can get service. Were there any other comments, questions on this one? Councillor Gerlich.
I couldn't agree more that the Athabasca Ag Society should be treated just exactly the same way as all the other ag societies no matter where they're located, whether it be in the town or outside the town. Serves the agriculture community, and that's its intent, and it should be treated the same.
Just to clarify, not all ag societies are on this list. Foil's not. Nope. But that's okay. I would personally like to see an estimate of the cost before including it in the budget line. Or administration, could you comment, our current budget line, is it usually fully spent, or is there room in there to add another one without adjusting that number? Like, would we have to increase that budget line item to be able to add this.
Actually oversubscribed last year.
Yeah, Madam Chair and members of council, yes, we'll have to increase it. I believe it's fully spent, and as Councillor, Director Whaley just said, it has been, overspent, oversubscribed.
Okay. Counselor Holland? Did you want to make the motion to amend the policy, or would you like the administration to maybe request some financial information and bring him
It's what council
back? What it
would,
would cost?
would like for sure. In the friendly amendment, I thought that, I apologize. I
Sorry.
figured that Boyle was included here.
Counselor Capitanic, microphone.
I would definitely like to add Boyle Egg Society, because it is a hall that services your community. And the Athabasca one as well. And I like how Councillor Holland has made this with an exception because it's within town limits, which is kind of their bad luck, but it's a great location. And yeah, it would, you know, obviously to see financials is important. But I think that it's not that big of a, it's not that, it's half the utilities, basically, and then sometimes there might be a capital request that comes here and there. It's not like we're talking, you know, doubling the budget. It's probably adding in, I'd say, I'm guessing by, I think what Collington's is once a year, it's gonna be adding maybe 20 grand. Maybe that's wrong of me to venture out numbers, but it's not my department.
Like, I just
But
don't
it's-
even, I
I
can't
think
even go.
It's half of whatever your utilities would be. So if you know what your utilities are, that's all you're adding really.
Reeve Hall.
I'm may have missed a couple bits because of some intermittent signal, but I'm hoping we can learn from the Township 720 road count fiasco and have admin provide us some advice before we make any serious or significant changes, including look at what the budget impacts are. But I'd also like admin's advice on the wisdom of making this exception, because does that open the door to arguments around the senior center and the Legion, who have lots of members who live in the county? I've regularly said ag societies are jewels in our community. I believe that. I just think we have to be careful about precedent. And like, for goodness, we don't even have Boyle on the list yet, and we're talking about adding one in town. So I'd really appreciate the benefit of administration's advice before we, you know, head to making any changes or additions. And I think that's the direction we're going, but I wasn't sure because of some signal problems.
Counselor Capitania.
Would it be prudent to just add a line into the budget and then delve into this policy in the new year? So that if approved, it could be used, and if not, it could go into reserve.
CAO Beck, did you have a recommendation?
No, I don't.
Shit.
Counselor Miss.
I feel the same way as Revol. We should actually know what this is gonna cost us, like, before we start throwing money at it. Like, can we get an idea of what this is gonna cost onto our budgets? That's why we have them, right? Is to have an actual cost. So if we could get the information on what, you know, does the town pay anything to the Egg Society, or are they just sitting ducks? Like this is what. Yeah, well, the building's in town, no, but it's so we're going outside of policy there, right? And so is it good business to all of a sudden start putting money into a building that's in another? What if City of Edmonton comes and asks us for money for? Well, no, but like that's the extreme, right? So let's get the information and then we can decide on it. We'll decide if we need to add it on. The Egg Society over in Boyle, yeah, that's actually in town, or I mean in county property, county jurisdiction. Why isn't it on there? It's because you can't rent the hall. I don't know. What is there some reason? But I think the information brought back would be very beneficial, and then we can make a good decision instead of just saying, hey, let's throw in another 50 grand and say la vie.
I personally, of course, love egg societies. I think our multiple egg societies in our region do great work here and bring great benefit. And I commend Councillor Holland for bringing this to the table. I think it's great. I just want to see numbers and not blindly make decisions. I like making informed decisions. So is somebody willing to make a motion for this item? Councillor Holland?
Sure, to direct administration to bring back recommendations and financial data to decide if this is a good venture with, and to include Boyle as well. I'm sorry, I thought that they were there. So it's a horrible way I've worded that, but I'm sure you can smith it.
Policies. So moved by Councillor Holland to direct administration to bring back a recommendation on the impact of adding both the Athabasca and Boyle Egg Societies to policy 7625 Schedule A. Reeve Hall?
I think that's a great motion and a good compromise. Can I also just point out that utilities charged within the town limits have franchise fees on them that are taxed to another municipality, and we need to be conscious of that too. Like, perhaps part of our job should be putting pressure on our neighbors to do the right thing for the Ag Society. Anyway, I'm in favor of this. Thanks for the great motion, Councillor Holland.
Thank you. Okay, on the adoption of that motion, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
7. Motion carried 7-0.
Um.
And that is the end of today's agenda. Meeting adjourned at 3:14. Thank you very much, everyone.